and an opportunity for you as well to come in when possible with questions and if necessary comments. So we're really looking forward to this summit that we have really dubbed righting the wrongs of doing business in Africa. Now, while that is a theme of interest, and indeed we're going to have presentations at various levels, we want to underscore the fact that this will remain a pipe dream until we really come up not only with the Africa we want, according to the Agenda 2063, but interspace that with the Africans we need. So we believe the summit is poised to address both challenges that we are facing as Africans. And what's exciting is this is an initiative by us as Africans and fellow Africans to really get into all this nitty-gritty of the questions that we have. It is also significant that the conference or summit would start on this International Day of Women, and we would like to acknowledge all our ladies on this platform, our ladies on the continent, and the ladies globally who have had the burden of carrying this continent for so long, perhaps not as well recognized in terms of their contributions. We don't want to miss this opportunity at the summit to really stop and pause and say our women really deserve our greatest respect, our greatest adulation as we think about them going forward. So my bet was just to make these opening comments and remarks to welcome all of you, to kind of make you feel at home and really just appetize you with what we will be a great time. So without further ado, I would like to hand over to our first session, His Excellency Ambassador Rasool, who is here with us, to now moderate over the first session that we have for you this afternoon. Thank you, Ambassador. You may take over now. We may need to unmute him from our side. Technical team.
All right. Nee, can we get you to do that?
Yeah, I've done that. Please check your microphone.
continent as members. My brief remark is to pledge the support of Africa's higher education institution to the implementation of this summit's goal and to play an active role in it as well. The African Continental Free Trade Area is arguably the African Union's most ambitious initiative, which needs the concerted effort of all stakeholders to succeed. We, as Africans, have to stop assuming that politicians have all the solutions to solve societal problems. And I am happy to observe and be part of this multidisciplinary dialogue with all specialists, entrepreneurs, policymakers, academics, development partners, historians, engineers, economists, etc., to dialogue and develop practical steps to facilitate trade among ourselves on the continent. Happily, under the AfCFTA is the golden opportunity to do. Here, let me reiterate the words of Ghana's first president, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, 24th May 1963, at the Foundation Summit of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, which is also captured in the AU Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2024. He said, "We shall accumulate machinery and establish steelworks, iron foundries and factories. We shall link the various states of our continent with communication. We shall astone the world with our hydroelectric power. We shall drain marshes and swamps, clear infested areas, feed the undernourished, and rid our people of parasites and disease. It is within the possibility of science and technology to make even the Saharan bloom into a vast field with verdant vegetation for agricultural and industrial development." Under the AfCFTA, we will fulfill this vision of Kwame Nkrumah, and currently, Africa needs to strengthen her legal frameworks. Sorry. Okay. On the part and the role of higher education, we place at this disposal of your numerous stakeholders our expertise in legal consultancy, even efficiency in organizational management, a strong research backbone, and other professional and technical, professional and technical competencies needed by industry. We also provide continuous training for the business community, as well as entrepreneurship and innovation in our academic operations to fit our graduates in the world of work after graduation. Again, our concerted efforts must be mutually reinforcing as prerequisite condition to right the wrongs of doing business in Africa. The next 4 days promise to be exciting, and we look forward to contributing our efforts to achieve this goal. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me finally to seize this opportunity to say Happy International Women's Day to all women of higher education in Africa. And thank you for your attention.
Professor Ehile, thank you very much for your welcome, your pledge of support from the higher education sector, because our ambition will be nothing without that, and the reminder of Kwame Nkrumah's ambition for Africa that we can now begin to realize. I immediately introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Yusuf Dawale. He is the president of PACCI. He comes from Djibouti, where he's worked in the Chamber of Commerce, an expert in the export of food and construction, as well as a staunch knowledge of the public sector. Mr. Yusuf Dawale, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Ambassador, to give me the floor. His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, President of the Republic of Niger. His Excellency Mr. Wankele Wene, Secretary General of AfCFTA Secretariat. Dr. Stefan Karingi, Director Regional Integration of Trade Division, UN Economic Commission of Africa. Professor Etienne Etienne, Secretary General of the Association of African Universities. Dr. Asfour, President of Africa Business Council. Mr. Oliveira Gomez, Assistant Secretary General of Organization of Caribbean, Pacific and African States. Special salutation to women in honor to the International Women's Day. Permit me to begin my welcome remarks in celebration of International Women's Day by recognizing and celebrating all the women who made today's occasion possible. Thank you for your talent, leadership, commitment on this common vision, a vision of the private sector rightful place in Africa's transformation. On behalf of Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Executive Council, and the Secretariat Management, it's my privilege and my pleasure to have been invited to be a part of this occasion, which marks the opening of the inaugural African Private Sector Summit. That was much a high-level event by many heads of states, especially President Issoufou, who are in attendance virtually right now, serve as a reminder of just how important in this moment and possibilities make a lead and more competitive move to adjustment of the firm level. Today, with dialogue of the elements and seamless implementation of AfCFTA, I encourage you to explore how the agreement shall achieve sustainable and inclusive socially, economically development, gender equity, and structural transformation within member states. I hope that we embrace the fundamental principle of gender equity in our organization structures for gender balance and in the corridor of academia, the public sector, and the private sector. I also extend greeting to Professor Etienne Etienne, Secretary General of the Association of African Universities. We have been asked why involve African universities in a private sector initiative. The reciprocal question is, how do we attempt to transform Africans' resource, provide support services without a functional education system to offer the skilled human or economic empowerment and the transformation? Mr. Secretary General, thank you to being receptive and supportive with action of academia and private sector partnership. We look forward to this partnership in collaboration with the public, look forward to serving the catalyst of the implementation of AfCFTA. Je voudrais balancer en français et vous obliger à prendre la traduction. Mesdames et messieurs, la mise en œuvre du CELECAF suscite l'alignement des conditions idéales pour faire des affaires sur le continent avec facilité. En effet, grâce à ces mécanismes d'envergure, les économies d'Afrique pourront désormais aspirer à avoir une complémentarité entre Africains. Pour cela, il sera obligé en priorité de favoriser le développement des chaînes de valeur régionales. Nous réalisons tous l'ampleur du marché qui sera ainsi placé à la portée de nos entreprises grâce à la mise en place de la ZLECAF qui va connecter à terme 55 pays et devenir le plus grand marché commun du monde avec plus d'1 milliard de consommateurs. Les objectifs de la ZLECAF comprennent l'élimination de 90% des droits de douane entre les membres des pays respectifs, la réduction et la simplification des procédures administratives, la libre circulation des personnes et des marchandises. Selon les prévisions, cette initiative permettra la hausse du commerce intra-africain de 60% d'ici 2022 et aura un impact concret sur le PIB des pays participants. De plus, la facilitation du commerce interrégional, intercontinental conduira à une augmentation estimée à 81% des exportations. Le continent bénéficiera des réchauffements de sa compétitivité sur le marché international et mènera une économie continentale plus résiliente, inclusive et durable. Il est nécessaire d'en faire cette occasion pour déclencher une révolution numérique en Afrique et dépasser les obstacles, je dis bien les obstacles de l'insuffisance en connectivité. Le présent sommet devrait donc s'inscrire dans cette optique et favoriser la multiplication des contacts des partenaires de la communauté d'affaires africaine. Mais le plus important, ce sont les leaders politiques qui doivent aussi accompagner cette stratégie de multiplication des contacts en termes de partenariat public-privé. Les discussions de ce sommet viseront également à débattre des défis auxquels nos pays devront faire face à l'œuvre efficace de la ZLECAF et la nécessité de mettre en place des réformes politiques majeures. Le secteur privé devra saisir les opportunités de la ZLECAF, créer afin de provoquer le dialogue avec le partenariat public-privé, afin d'encourager des réformes politiques en tant que précurseur d'environnement commercial dynamique pour une croissance et un développement économique réel. Il sera plus que jamais primordial de promouvoir le rôle collaboratif du secteur privé africain et d'encourager un processus de gouvernance participative. Créer et promouvoir un environnement propice aux affaires en Afrique est crucial pour la transformation économique du continent. Pour la réussite de ces démarches, certains des points essentiels comprennent le renforcement de la transparence, de la lutte contre la corruption pour améliorer l'environnement des affaires. Il est important de rappeler que le respect de l'état de droit, la garantie du système juridique solide encouragera les opérateurs et les investisseurs à avoir la confiance nécessaire pour s'engager dans le commerce transfrontalier. Je voudrais terminer mes propos pour dire qu'il est important, est vraiment important pour que nous puissions faire avancer nos différents états d'esprit et de faire surtout valoir nos droits pour que le secteur privé et le secteur public puissent travailler main dans la main. I just want to say, I'm pleased to inform also that a part of collective action plan will be call of proposal draft model law of the Bill of Rights enabling business environment in Africa amongst African business community. I could not be able to finish all what I have to say, but again and again, I want to thank the head of the state who has been giving his time, the Manufacturer Association, Afro Champion, CODA, and I will welcome you again to the summit. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf Dawale. I think the participants who are on this online video program now feels absolutely welcome. I think you have thrown down the gauntlet about what will make a successful implementation. Your keyword in your remarks, the implementation, the enabling environment, and the public-private partnerships as critical to achieve the objectives of this. So thank you very much for setting the tone and creating the enabling environment for our keynote address to be made right now. Let me tell you that it is a singular honor to introduce our keynote speaker, His Excellency Mohamedou Issoufou, the President of Niger. Now, normally a president needs no introduction, but I do want to say that I am absolutely amazed, Mr. President, at the role that you have played in bringing to birth the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I almost think that you may have a midwife status in giving birth to this, because you've been president since 2011 and been a champion of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. You've kept a fine eye on the legal text and as well as the annexures of this. You have hosted in 2017, the third meeting of the EU Ministers of Trade, the sixth meeting of the negotiators of the Free Trade Agreement, the third meeting of the senior trade officials, and in 2019 again, you hosted the launch of the operational phase at the 12th Extraordinary Summit of the African Union in Niger. I think that you are probably on that basis alone the most appropriate speaker to deliver the keynote. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais, ma qualité de ministre d'État, directeur de cabinet du président de la République, qui a été dépêché pour vous livrer le contenu de son message. Et avant ce message, je voudrais, en son nom, adresser un joyeux anniversaire à toutes les femmes en cette journée du 8 mars 2020. Mais je voudrais également, comme par un hasard de calendrier, souligner que le président Mamadou Issoufou a reçu en ce jour, 8 mars 2020, le prix Mo Ibrahim pour le leadership et la bonne gouvernance. Je voudrais, en honneur à tous, lui adresser nos vives félicitations. Ceci étant, je m'en vais vous livrer le contenu du message qu'il a bien voulu préparer à l'occasion de cette réunion. Son Excellence Madame Vera, secrétaire générale exécutive de la Commission des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, Son Excellence Monsieur Wankele, secrétaire général de la ZLECAF, Dr Amani Asfouré, président de l'Africa Business Council, Monsieur le Président de l'ACO, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs et anciens ministres, Monsieur le Président de l'Association des universités africaines privées. Le présent sommet du secteur privé africain se tient presque 2 ans après l'entrée en vigueur de l'accord de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf. En ma qualité de champion de l'Union africaine pour la ZLECAf, je tiens à remercier tous nos partenaires stratégiques, dont entre autres la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, la Banque africaine d'exportation et d'importation, pour tout l'appui et l'accompagnement dans l'organisation du présent sommet. Je voudrais souligner aussi l'importance de cet événement car il cadre parfaitement aux activités à entreprendre une fois la mise en œuvre de l'accord ait été effective. Je tiens à féliciter le monde des affaires qui marque ainsi sa volonté commune d'aller de l'avant dans la concrétisation réelle du marché unique africain solide et compétitif. Comme vous le savez, la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine constitue une opportunité pour nos pays de réaliser l'intégration économique et sociale dans l'objectif d'intégrer la chaîne de valeur mondiale, de réduire la pauvreté et promouvoir l'inclusion. En effet, d'ici 2035, selon la Banque mondiale, l'impact de la zone de libre-échange continentale sur la réduction de la pauvreté serait de l'ordre de 30 millions pour les personnes souffrant d'extrême pauvreté et de 68 millions pour celles classées dans la pauvreté modérée. En outre, les retombées dues aux échanges intra-africains généreront des revenus additionnels de l'ordre de 450 milliards de dollars et augmentera le volume des exportations de 29%. Toutes ces opportunités pour les entrepreneurs, les industriels et les travailleurs africains concourent à la création des conditions d'émergence de notre continent. C'est l'occasion pour les chefs d'entreprise africains et les investisseurs en général de jouer leur partition afin de saisir cette opportunité. Mesdames et messieurs, la ZLECAf n'est pas un projet isolé. Elle constitue, avec les autres programmes de l'agenda 2063, un tout cohérent. C'est le cas du programme détaillé de développement de l'agriculture en Afrique, du programme de développement des infrastructures en Afrique, PIDA, du plan d'action pour le développement industriel accéléré de l'Afrique, AIDA, de la vision minière africaine, VMA, et du plan d'action pour l'intensification du commerce intra-africain, BIAT. La mise en œuvre de tous ces plans et programmes permettra de booster la croissance économique du continent et de créer des emplois, notamment pour les jeunes, dont 10 à 12 millions arrivent chaque année sur le marché du travail. C'est la seule voie qui nous permettra d'exploiter la structure démographique du continent, notamment de transformer son actif démographique en dividende économique. Mesdames et messieurs, autant les dirigeants politiques africains ont imaginé et lancé la ZLECAf avec abnégation et courage, autant la mise en œuvre de l'implémentation de la ZLECAf nécessite la détermination, l'engagement, l'esprit d'innovation, tant du secteur public que du secteur privé. C'est dire que pour transformer toutes les opportunités que présente la ZLECAf en activités créatrices de valeur et de richesse, les gouvernements, les partenaires techniques et financiers, ainsi que le secteur privé africain, doivent s'investir chacun dans ses prérogatives afin de rendre l'environnement macroéconomique favorable aux investissements dans le secteur des infrastructures physiques, du capital humain, ainsi que ces réformes nécessaires à l'amélioration du climat des affaires seront certes difficiles et même souvent douloureuses, mais les récompenses attendues seront substantielles. Mesdames et messieurs, le débat autour du présent sommet concerne le rôle et les leviers nécessaires économiques, la transformation et la compétitivité des économies africaines. S'agissant du Niger, nombre de réformes ont été engagées pour attirer des investisseurs privés, pour soutenir la transformation de son économie. Depuis 2011, suite à mon ascension à la magistrature suprême, le gouvernement du Niger met en œuvre un programme intitulé « Programme de renaissance du Niger ». Ce programme, qui comporte 8 axes prioritaires, vise à faire de l'économie nigérienne une économie dynamique, génératrice d'une croissance forte et inclusive, de nature à réduire la pauvreté et à promouvoir le développement économique et social. De 2011 à 2020, grâce à la mise en œuvre du programme de renaissance, le Niger a enregistré un taux de croissance moyen de 6%. Les perspectives pour les 5 prochaines années laissent entrevoir un taux moyen de croissance de 7%. Pour conforter le dynamisme de cette économie, notre gouvernement s'est engagé dans une politique de réforme pour promouvoir le secteur privé et l'investissement direct étranger. C'est ainsi que de 2012 à 2020, notre pays a gagné 44 rangs sur le classement opéré par la Banque mondiale, passant ainsi de la 176e à 132e place. Les principales réformes ont porté sur la facilité de création d'entreprises à travers la réduction des procédures, le délai et coût, domaine dans lequel le Niger était classé premier en Afrique en 2018 et 24e au niveau mondial. La mise en place d'un bureau d'information sur le crédit, BIC, et d'autres facilités d'accès au financement. La simplification des procédures de paiement des impôts. La modernisation des procédures douanières et l'installation du tribunal de commerce de Niamey. Le cadre législatif et réglementaire des affaires a été également amélioré à travers notamment l'adoption d'une loi sur les partenariats publics-privés, l'adoption du Code des investissements, du Code minier, du Code pétrolier et l'adhésion à l'Agence multilatérale des garanties des investissements MIGA. Le Niger est devenu de ce fait un des pays africains les plus réformateurs en matière de facilitation des affaires. Le taux de croissance de 7% que j'énonçais tantôt sera tiré, entre autres, par l'exploitation du potentiel minier et pétrolier et la fourniture régulière et croissante de l'énergie électrique basée sur la valorisation de nos ressources énergétiques locales. En effet, au Niger, le secteur minier présente des potentialités importantes pour les investissements privés, nationaux et internationaux. En matière de ressources minières, le Niger est traditionnellement connu depuis les années 1970 pour l'exploitation de l'uranium. Mais le potentiel minier est largement sous-exploité. Le Niger, comme l'Afrique, dispose d'un sous-sol riche avec diverses ressources minérales telles que les minéraux stratégiques, uranium, précieux, or, les métaux de base, fer, cuivre, chrome, nickel, les minéraux industriels, phosphate, calcaire industriel, sel, etc. Les minéraux lourds, titane, les pierres ornementales et matériaux de construction. Le gouvernement du Niger, en concertation, en étroite collaborateur avec différents acteurs du secteur, a élaboré une politique minière tendant à améliorer le rendement des activités extractives, à attirer des investisseurs nationaux et étrangers et surtout à garantir une production nationale capable de générer des richesses et créer des emplois durables. Pour valoriser toutes ces ressources minières, le Niger a entrepris une vaste politique d'ouverture du secteur pour développer notamment l'investissement minier étranger. Le pays a créé un climat propice à l'investissement à travers un cadre législatif et réglementaire simple, clair, transparent, compétitif et non discriminatoire et a su attirer des investisseurs pour la relance et le développement, aussi bien des filières traditionnelles de l'uranium et de la cimenterie que de la recherche et de l'exploitation de l'or, du fer, du marbre, du thorium, de la cassétérite, du charbon et du titane. Dans le domaine de l'énergie, les opportunités existent dans l'hydroélectricité, le charbon, le pétrole et le solaire, le Niger étant l'un des pays les plus ensoleillés, le pétrole les plus ensoleillés. D'ici 2025, nous envisageons construire 1000 MW de centrales solaires et 2000 en 2035, électrifier 6000 villages. Nous envisageons construire une centrale à charbon de 600 MW et rénover une centrale de 50 MW, intensifier les lignes de transmission et devenir un hub énergétique pour les pays du Sahel et de la CEDEAO. D'énormes progrès ont été d'ailleurs enregistrés en matière de stabilité politique, de bonne gouvernance et de démocratie. Pour finir, je tiens à vous annoncer que le Niger en particulier et l'Afrique en général ont plus d'atouts pour promouvoir une croissance durable et soutenable. Le potentiel est encore largement inexploité en sa juste valeur. L'utilisation des nouvelles technologies ainsi que le processus de produits plus élaborés pourrait contribuer amplement à la croissance économique de nos États dans le respect des normes environnementales et humaines. Dans vos réflexions et travaux autour des thèmes suivants: l'Afrique, nouvel espace pour faire des affaires avec plus de simplification, quel type d'investissement pour une transformation et une croissance durable en Afrique, opportunités pour faire des affaires à fort impact développemental et d'emploi, innovation en Afrique. J'invite le secteur privé à travailler avec le secteur public de nos États dans un esprit gagnant-gagnant et à venir au Niger et en Afrique pour qu'ensemble, nous exploitons ces ressources et concevons un partenariat fondé sur le respect mutuel et l'intérêt de tous. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very, very much. I must say that speaking on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Niger, I think we have heard a very, very clear message that the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is to reduce poverty, unemployment, and disease across the African continent by rising its resource base, investment base, and its intra-African agenda for infrastructure, agriculture, industrialization, and trade, and so forth. I think the President, in his remarks to us, has also addressed that demographic, the youth demographic, that could either be a curse or a blessing, and he has certainly said we need to turn our youth bulge into a blessing of human capital and human resources if we develop it properly and deploy it properly. I think there is no clearer message than the laboratory that is also Niger to try out and to make sure that the plan can be implemented there and therefore across all of Africa. I want to also say to all the participants, we are now at 252 and growing by the minute. And I want to say it's clear that we have a continental-wide representation from all over Africa. We have sectoral representation, academics, the media, the private sector, the SMME sector, and all of those kind of people. And I also think that if we were to go through that and to do some matchmaking, we may find that the chat group alongside the formal presentations could be very, very useful to match up people who have certain skills elsewhere in Africa with people who have certain needs elsewhere in Africa. I think I want to end up by thanking the three panelists, including the spokesperson for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Niger, for your remarks, for the depth and quality of your remarks, but also very importantly, for keeping broadly within the time. You have not exceeded your time. It was us who have exceeded our time in introducing you and in introducing the topics. So having said all of that, it is now my pleasure, with the permission of the organizers, to hand over to my fellow moderator, Bunmi Makinwa, and to ask him to take over this. And when he takes over, you will find him a specialist in communications for leadership, advisor to governments, the UN, to business, non-profits, experience in population, HIV and AIDS, the World Health Organization, and someone who has studied on 3 continents, Africa, the USA, and Europe. And so over to you, Bunmi, and I will join you in the 3rd session of the day and look forward to your management of the 2nd session. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Ambassador. I feel that I'm a fellow South African, having spent almost a decade of my professional life in that country, and where I still belong very much. You came to New York as I was living in New York for Johannesburg, moving the office of the UN at that time to South Africa, but when you became ambassador to the US for South Africa, ambassador of the US of the country. Thank you for moderating this session so well. You set a goal that we all must keep to as moderators, keeping people to time, and even moderating the president and managing to keep him to time. I think I must thank the Excellency for doing that for you, and I hope that our colleagues who will moderate coming up right now, we take a cue from that and keep it as short as possible, but again, as powerful as the president did. So with that introduction, and joining my those who have spoken earlier to acknowledge the International Women's Day, I went through the various sessions that we have, and I noticed that every session has at least a woman's name, and I hope the women will participate and participate vigorously. I wish we could have more women, especially for this session, since today is a special day for women, but be that as it may. That is how I would like to structure this session. We have, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Stephen Karingi is no longer going to be part of this session, from what I've been told by one of our organizers. So instead of 4 panelists, which I have 3. In a way, that's an advantage, but again, it's a disadvantage in the sense that we lose important wisdom and knowledge that Dr. Stephen Karingi would have brought on board. So I hope I'm right that Dr. Karingi is not here for this session. Okay, I take that silence as meaning yes. Before we start, I don't do it one by one. After, did I hear somebody speak?
No, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. I will introduce the three panelists that we shall have, and after that, I will then call on them one by one without any further introduction. Our first panelist is His Excellency, Mr. Wamkele Mene, another fellow South African, and currently, I'm actually a Nigerian, but I feel like I'm South African because I spend a lot of time in South Africa. So I hope the Nigerians listening will not think that I've abandoned my nationality. Mr. Wamkele Mene is currently the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Secretariat, that is based in Accra in Ghana. And he had a lot of experience working in the area of trade and industry. He was in the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa as a chief director. He was also a director in international trade and investment law in that same department. Mr. Wamkele had served as deputy ambassador with the South African Permanent Mission to the World Trade Organization in Geneva, to which the highly respected Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has just been appointed as the Director General. So Mr. Wamkele had served with that body in the past. And with all that experience, he brings to bear as the first Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat. We wish him luck and we congratulate him for this position, and we listen to what he offers us on ease of doing business, what this new AfCFTA agreement brings to bear in helping to streamline trade and international trade, especially in Africa. The second panelist is Dr. Amani Asfu. Dr. Amani Asfu, our lady and the first lady to speak today. With due respect, we look forward to your participation. You come with a lot of experience in the area of business. Dr. Asfu is currently the president of the International Federation of Business and Professional Women. She is also president of the Egyptian Business Women Association. She is president of the Organization of Women in Trade, the Cairo chapter. She is president of the African Alliance for Women Empowerment. If I continue to mention the organizations that Dr. Asfu heads, who will spend a long time here, so I'll just say that he has a lot of experience, a lot of organizations and institutions where she works as an investor, the leader, the entrepreneur, the founder of several centers and institutions. We look forward to hear from you, Dr. Asfu. The third speaker is Mr. Espion Joaquim Oliveira Gomez. Mr. Espion is currently the Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. He comes to this position with a lot of experience, more than 30 years, organizing, nurturing, growing micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. He was formerly Deputy Executive Director of the Caribbean Export Development Agency. He has a lot of experience in ICT, in tourism, and he had served his country, the Dominican Republic, previously as a Deputy Minister. As introduction of the three panelists, I will call on Mr. Unkere to start off in a succinct, short, but I'm sure impactful presentation. So it's over to you, sir. Mr. Unkere,
All right.
with us?
Dr. Sam, will you come in?
Yes, sir.
Couldn't make it, so he sent in a goodwill letter to us. Is that okay if we read it to the participants and everyone here?
Certainly, you may do so now.
All right, give me a second. Let me see if I'll be able to share my screen and get everybody to see the screen. Please, can everybody see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is the letter that the Secretary General of AfCFTA sent to us. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us. He's got equally important meeting. So he sent out this letter, and I'm going to read to Champon. And I'm the CEO of Wealth Masters Group, a business advisory group that we base in London here, UK. And we are part of the organizing team for this African Private Sector Summit. So I'm reading the Secretary General's letter. After creating one African market, this is to kindly provide a goodwill message to the Private Sector Summit on doing business under the AfCFTA, and particularly on the topic, Africa's new landscape for doing business with ease, the African Continental Free Trade Area scheduled for today, 8th March 2021. I would like to apologize for not participating in this very important virtual event. This is due to conflicting engagement beyond my control. Trading under the agreement establishing the AfCFTA commenced on 1st of January 2021. A single market for 1.3 billion Africans with a combined GDP of 3.5 trillion United States dollars is now operational. As I've mentioned in my previous interventions, the predictable environment for the private sector to trade and invest in Africa. In this regard, the private sector is critical in the AfCFTA implementation. We at the Secretariat are working with our strategic partners to develop deliberate interventions to actualize this. One of the key tools to ease business will be the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPSS, that will enable transacting business among traders in the continent using their local currencies. We are partnering with Afrexim Bank on this, among other facilities. In addition, as I mentioned earlier in my swearing-in statement, women and young Africans will be at the heart of the AfCFTA implementation process. In this regard, this private sector summit has coincided with a very important International Women's Day that is celebrated globally. Women play a key role in improving livelihoods at households level, and you may all recall the December 2020 summit directed that a protocol on women to be developed and annexed to the AfCFTA agreement. Work is already ongoing in that regard. Lastly, I wish to inform you that we are working with commercial banks on the continent to establish a finance fund facility to help women participate more in the AfCFTA. I wish you all fruitful deliberation. That is from the Excellency, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for bringing that message to us. I will call on Dr. Amani Asku to speak to us. Andrew. Do we call on Dr. Sam to help us?
Checking through the list to see if he's been unmuted. He should have been to carry on right now. And maybe Dr. Su, you can help us by just putting up your hand so that the technical team can quickly help unmute you if you can't get yourself unmuted. What we're observing is some people their names are appearing in their devices, so it's not always easy to pick up a name. So if you can just raise your hand, virtually that is, and then we'll be able to unmute you right away.
Okay, I can move ahead.
I think let's do that.
Come back. While you sort that out, do I move ahead to Mr. Scipion?
I think let's do that.
Hello. And then we can come back to you. And thank you for helping Dr. Sam. Now, I will call on Mr. Scipion to not only look at the AfCFTA, but even look beyond the African continent, given his experience in the Caribbean and internationally, to see how these new instruments can enlarge the African market and facilitate trading across borders. Thank you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me fine? I will be sharing a presentation. So I hope you can see my screen. So first of all, I am really happy to be here today, and I really want to congratulate all my African sisters in the International Days for Women. So thank you very much. I have been working with Africa since 1990, mainly through the OACP-SEU cooperation. So I'm very excited to participate in this meeting today, invited by my friends from the East African Chamber of Commerce. So grand welcomes to Charles Kahutu. So first of all, for those that don't know us, we are the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. We became an organization in April last year, and we evolved from the ACP group, which was founded via the Georgetown Agreement in 1975. Nowadays, we're very proud of having 79 members from Africa, from the Caribbean, and the Pacific. What we do is to promote the sustainable development of our members and the global integration into the world economy with the ultimate objective of reducing and eventually eradicating poverty. Youth and women are at the center of all our actions, and we are guided by the leadership of His Excellency, Mr. George Rebelo Pinto Chicote, who's our Secretary General. He's from Angola. He's former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Angola, and he has a lot of experience in promoting regional integration. So we work mainly in the area of promoting a joint OECD-SEU framework for parasector development, with many partners, as you can see, the African Union, with the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce of Industry, and other ones here today. What we work in 4 pillars. The first one that was mentioned today a lot was improving the business environment of our countries. We have a special facility now called the ICR facility, implemented by the German cooperation with the French, Dutch, and Belgian cooperation. We seek to strengthen intermediary organizations. In this way, we work with chambers of commerce and associations of industries throughout Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. We try to promote the informal sector by having specialized financial schemes to allow way through and also to join the formal economy. And we also work in promoting more formal investment through blending and working with banks as the African Development Bank and the European Investment Bank, and also with the European Development Finance institutions that manage some of the facilities we have put in place. This strategy is based on many things. It's based first on the need to share best practices and experiences, the need to ensure that our products actually get to the market. Like I said, also promoting youth and women entrepreneurship and other vulnerable people. And among all, a constant, permanent public-private sector dialogue and cooperation at all levels, national, regional, and OECD levels. We believe that quality is collaborated with ARSO, the African Organizations for Standardization, in an initiative that's sought to promote legislative reform, improve the business climate, foster the adoption and use of standards, facilitate market access, and increase the technical capacity of our own institutions, also from associations and producers themselves. These actions contribute to the enterprise competitiveness of our countries, but also to social cohesion and economic inclusion, and also ensure that our consumers in Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific have access to good quality goods and services. So it's important to invest in quality in order to be able to earn markets and protect our own markets. We believe it's a time for a paradigm shift. We are living in unprecedented times. We have seen COVID has shown us that no country, region, or continent alone can go by itself. We have to work together. So we have to develop new policies to address these challenges confronted by our SMEs. We want to target the more vulnerable groups, also taking development outside of the capitals to the rural areas, and working also with ethnic minorities. We're trying to foster social, economic, and cultural inclusion. Culture is also a big business, so we also want to promote a lot of investment in culture, not only as an intangible good, but also as a tangible good that can be sold and bought. And we want to ensure through that the personal development and well-being of our people, but also a most prosperous, peaceful, and fair society. We believe that we can win in globalization by really embracing our own roots. There are many roots that really join the OECPS group. I personally feel very African. I have traveled and worked throughout Eastern and Southern Africa a lot and help a lot of SMEs there. And every time I travel to Africa, I feel at home. I was saying, globalization has changed the way we live and do business. Technological innovations have shrunk the dimensions of space and time. And now our companies are faced with losing preferential access in the traditional markets while having a competition in our own markets. So we need to find innovative solutions to survive. So we propose to establish this competitiveness in this je ne sais pas quoi that define us as OECPS, as Africans, as Caribbean, as Pacific, using where, what, and how, and transforming that into articulated stories to targeted consumers to supply the world with unique products and services. Where is the market segments in which we have a competitive advantage? Niche, luxury, fair trade, organic, diaspora, healthy. However, in order to tackle these markets, we need to understand the trends and expectations on consumers in those markets who are heavily investing in market research, market knowledge. What is the products and services we offer? We should not always seek to compete in low prices or high volumes. We have to include in quality, specificity. We have to adapt the products to the needs of the target markets. That includes labeling, packaging, taste, standards. That is very important. So we propose that you work with us to sell a story and provide a dream. When you go to a supermarket in Europe, it's difficult to differentiate yourself. So you have to catch the eye of the person selling a story. How? Basically, we want to supply the global market with a good value proposition. This good value proposition will make that your products have to be accessible, have to be appealing, they have to be authentic, different from the others, innovative, consistent. Every time a consumer buys your product, it should always be the same. It has to be convenient, has to have quality, it has to be safe. We prefer to have it branded so consumers keep on coming, and the volume that you have should be adapted to your target market. We wanted to give you some examples, concrete examples how we're implementing the strategy. Right now, we have several initiatives. Like you already mentioned, the Investment Climate Reform Facility working in climate reform throughout the OECPS. But we also have the Boost Africa initiative with over 60 million euros, which is implemented with the African Development Bank and the European Investment Bank. It seeks to enable young African entrepreneurs to have access to capital. We are also working in a special program which is called Farmers Organization for ACP. It's 40 million euros. We're working with IFED, the Pan-African Organization of Farmers, and various regional and national farmer organizations throughout Africa. We're also working in Fit for Market program with our partners called ACP with 50 million. We support our states, mainly African exporters of fruits and vegetables, to understand and apply the requirements of sanitary and phytosanitary requirements for the products in Europe. And finally, the Trade.com 2 program with 40 million euros, it helps our SMEs to diversify their export base. We implemented specific programs with UNECA and COMESA with very specific companies to allow regional and global value chains. We're also working in future actions, which we would like to have your support. We really are working with or discussing with DigiTrade in order that they will allow accumulation of rules of origin between the different regimes which Africa uses to export to the European Union. Because as you might know, the system of everything but arms, EVA, and the economic partnership agreements cannot share rules of origin. By having these two different regimes, sometimes within the same region, you'll find yourself that you are not able really to create strong value chains. So we really are talking to the European Commission to see if they will allow this accumulation of rules of origin and create real regional and continental value chains. We're also working to expand it, to expanding the work we did with Cole ACP, but not only for fruits and vegetables and not only for commodities, but for all products exported by our people, an early warning alert mechanism that will allow us to know what new regulations might be put in place by our partners in the European Union first and the United Kingdom also. Those two markets first, and they try to expand it to other markets in a way of understanding which pesticides, which regulations, which controls will be enforced before they happen so our companies can adapt. We're also working with our private sector organizations, building a business forum that would allow our private sector to discuss with our partners in Europe on how we implement our programs. We're talking with the East Chamber of Commerce, East African Chamber of Commerce, with the NEPAD Business Council, with the Federation of West African Chamber of Commerce, and with UNEPASE, which is the Employers Federation of Central Africa. In that business forum also, PIPSO and CARICHAM representatives are representatives from the Pacific and the Caribbean. And the idea is to have a structured dialogue, private, and public-private, in the implementation of all of our agreements, trade and cooperation. We are also working in the establishment in an agricultural value chain program with 154 million euros, working to empower actors in 11 value chains, many of those very important in Africa, like cocoa and others, where we're working in the creation of an African Mineral Development Center in Conakry, Guinea. One of our speakers was talking a lot about the minerals and the richness of our minerals for exports. We're really working into that, capacity building, training standards. And we will soon launch an OECPS-wide trade and investment portal with UNCTAD in order to allow our companies really to have better data on their own countries as well, and also with a view of penetrating other markets. Having said this, what we're trying to do together with you and with our partners, I really wanted to salute some of the persons here today. Like I said, I wanted to salute Mr. Charles Kahutu from the East African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Aminou Akadiri from the Fédération des Chambres de Commerce Industrie d'Afrique de l'Ouest, with whom I have shared a lot. I hope my other partners from Central Africa, Southern Africa are also there. And the way we're really trying to work together is working at a national level to improve the competitiveness of our countries, together trying to build a strong regional market, working in continental market, especially in the African free trade area, trying to exchange best practices among all of the regions, Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific, and hopefully we can conquer the world together as brothers and sisters. Having said that, gracias, thank you, merci, obrigado, thank you, Jarujef, asante, binak. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scipion. I think, thank you, Mr. Scipion, again, for the comprehensive presentation. Dr. Asfu, Dr. Sam, can you help us to bring Dr. Asfu on?
Hello? Oh my God.
We can hear you.
Hello? The ease of doing business.
Hello, Dr. Amani. Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, my dear sisters and brothers of the captains of industries and the private sector. I'm supposed to talk about the ease of making business in Africa. First thing is to have infrastructure for technology. I have been trying actually for internet to connect with all of you. Now for 1 hour on my road, I am now in Tanzania. I give you all my greetings from Tanzania with my weather on the ground from Tanzania, that we are trying to really celebrate today the International Women's Day. So thank you for all the speakers who congratulated us for the International Women's Day. As Africa Business Council President, it is my pleasure to be here in this Africa Business Summit, because it's really about we as private sector, that includes all the women on the ground, all the young entrepreneurs, the small and medium enterprises, the large corporates, all of us as private sector. How do we do business in Africa? How do we have preferential treatment with reference to our government procurement policies? It is very important, as the African Business Council is now inclusive of all my sector, the regional economic communities, business councils, the chambers of commerce, the private sector federations, the union of industries, manufacturers associations, all of us as private sector coming together as one voice, as the decision of the African Union Summit with reference to the implementation of the Africa Continental Freedoms, to how we as private sector play our role in the Africa we want, the prosperous, the peaceful, intellectual, integrated Africa. How do we develop our Africa Continental Free Trade Area and our African Agenda for 2063 Development Agenda? And I believe, like I always say, in order to do this, we have 3 pillars that we need to work on. The private sector and the people, how we build the capacity of our people, how we empower our private sector, including women and youth and small and medium enterprises, to be able to lead our enterprises, to be able to manage our resources, to be able to add value to our products. The second pillar is the policy. We need our African private sector, our African leaders and the governments and heads of states to put a very, very, very concrete policies for empowering our African private sector. One thing we are advocating for is really about the public procurement. We need at least 50% of all government procurements goes to African private sector. It is not accepted that until now, non-African companies come and take the tenders of our government. We need at least about 50% of all government procurement goes to our local African private sector in order to make the real implementation of the AfCFTA. If we are going to trade among each others, we will not be trading except by African products and through our African people and our African private sector. So we need the government procurement, we need financial inclusion, we need incentives for our African private sector. And the third pillar is about the product. We need to add value to our African product. Here, for instance, and I am with my women in Tanzania, they have a lot of agri-processing, but we need really about how we make this agro-processing, how we really add value to many of our African products. Our women, which is in mining, how we can add value to the gemstones and the diamonds and the gold that we have in Africa. In our African continent, we have all the natural resources. but we need to build the capacity of our human resources to manage our real natural resources. It is very important as African private sector that we have public-private dialogue with our governments and to see how we really make our products trained for their products to meet the criteria, to have packaging, branding, designing, and how do we do our marketing. Doing our marketing, we need to know about each other. So as Africa Business Council, our real agenda is to have mapping exercise for all the existing resources on the continent to make sure that we have structure in order to make sure that it is cost effective for our products to be transferred from one part to the other, to make sure that we as African private sector know about each other, to have a directory of all the industrialized products that we need, to link with scientific research and technology and academia to manage our own resources and add value to our products. It is time that we as African manage our own resources, and we have our relation with all our peers from all other regions on a win-win situation. As Africa private sector and with all my sisters and brothers here in the capitals of industry, we believe that it is very important that we have the 10 E's, the indigenous capacity, strengthening, industrialization, infrastructure, information communication technology, investment in scientific research and technology and innovation, integration among ourselves, international market with value-added products, increasing our intra-African products. So by all this, this is very important that we need our African leaders to give us, all of us as private sector within the continent, make sure that the cross-border women traders have her right to trade with African products. The young entrepreneur who starts her enterprise or his enterprise, make sure that he has incentive and he has a chance for the public procurement, to make sure that our large corporates are the ones who do the mega projects, are the ones who are making the infrastructure investment. We need the investment to give incentives, the financial institutions to make sure that they empower our African private sector. And lastly, I am so happy to be here with this in the Africa Private Sector Summit to voice the voice of the private sector and make sure that we together as private sector unite to have the Africa we want. And I always end my thing is about when we have our financial independence, we have our choice and voice. Our founding fathers were struggling for political liberation, but now it is our role as private sector partnering with the governments and academia to have our economic independence for the Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amani Asfu. You are very clear in your statement and in the issues that you outlined. Very clear. I will not go through them one by one. There are several of them. I will call them seeking partnership, private sector with government and the other entities, including the academia as well, the research institutions, the technological entities, and all of those who should come together. Now, we are a few minutes to the end of the time allocated to us. We still have about 5 or 6 minutes. I could spend this asking you two people to say 1 or 2 more words. I'm not sure whether there's something else you would like to add, but I've noticed that there are a number of questions that came in, not directly to you, but even to the organizers. Let me just mention 2 of them. And I think I saw a response to some of them. People were asking whether the slides presented by Mr. Escipion will be available to them. They also want to know whether there will be some recording. Somebody actually sent a text message directly to me asking whether there will be a recording of what is going on, where they can then go to get some of the information that they might have missed. I guess the website of the organizers of the summit will provide the kind of information that is required. Now, just one more point from, and I will go to Dr. Asfo, just very, very short, in just a few seconds. You have made a lot of, I won't call them demands, but requests that government can do. In the various associations that you have within the private sector, as the AfCFTA, the new agreement, has it gingered a new kind of stimulus? Is it exciting in some way that you see something that you never saw before that can happen, not necessarily even in the short term, but sometime in the future? Is there that kind of excitement among the private sector when you interact on AfCFTA? Briefly, Dr. Amani Asfo.
Yes, my brother, we are very excited as private sector to implement the AfCFTA because trading among ourselves is very important. We can see that there are many products within our African continent that is still purchased from outside the continent. So we know about each other. For instance, we have a lot of products on the ground. If we take pharmaceuticals, in Egypt, there is 165 pharmaceutical industries, but yet there are pharmaceuticals across the continent coming from other parts of the continent. We're talking about medical supplies and consumables. We have across the continent in Kenya, in South Africa, still till now, they are sourced from outside the continent. Agribusiness, we have a lot of agricultural products that needs agri-processing, and we can do it by our scientific expertise to train our women, to train our industries, to make agri-processing and trade among ourselves. We are talking about mining and mineral development. Look at all the diamond, the gemstones that is present on the continent, and yet they are cut outside the continent and made jewelry outside the continent. So that's why the African private sector is very excited of AfCFTA, because it's our flagship program to see how we, the women on the ground that is cultivating macadamia, they need to package it, and they are the one who are going to export it, whether to Africa or outside the continent. It's not acceptable that our agriculture product is taken outside, like macadamia and nuts, and roasted outside and then exported after value added. We are very excited as private sector to unite and give the training, give the packaging, give the marketing, and we have digital marketing now like Sukuku Africa, which is a digital platform where we can market our products. We can make our products visible to everybody on the continent and make sure that what is on outside Africa. It is time for us as private sector to add value and industrialize. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much, my sister. I think you were very clear again. Mr. Escipion, just one line. You've been involved in an institution that's been managing international trade over many years. The AfCFTA, some critics say it may become another institution that will be heavily bureaucratic and may not be able to handle the excitement that you've just heard from Dr. Amani as well, the kind of expectations that we have. What should be done? Just very quick, 2 points. What should AfCFTA avoid so that it doesn't become enmeshed in bureaucracy and international administration that doesn't make things work?
Yes, I'd rather speak about what you should do. What you should do is what Dr. Amani Asfo just explained, is to dialogue and collaborate. I think that the African Free Continental Free Trade Area should be built by the businesses themselves. There has to be a strong private sector involvement and public-private dialogue and partnerships to make it happen. It's not something that is going to be created magically. it has to be created from the ground by creating that framework of transparency, that framework that would allow what Dr. Armani has said about allowing African companies to bid for big infrastructure projects, to allow us to transform our minerals and our agriculture into value-added goods. Those big partners will be the governments and the private sector, and that dialogue should not only be between private sector and government, also between private sector and private sector, because from my own experience, it's sometimes ourselves that shoot ourselves in the foot when we're trying to export and work as a team. So a lot of dialogue, private, public-private, and this is why the OECPS Secretariat is working towards building this business forum that has to be based in the own institutions that you have on the ground. Empowering businesses is the way to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scipion, for the word of advice. With this, I will not even attempt to summarize at this stage. I think we've had a very interesting discussion. Contributions from Mr. Wilkele, the current Secretary General of AfCFTA Secretariat, who is based in Accra, from Dr. Amani Asfu, with a lot of experience, and interesting that you are even speaking from Tanzania at this point in time. So it shows how much you are present in the various countries that you interact with in the various roles and offices that you hold. And from Mr. Scipion, bringing to bear the extensive across Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific in looking at international trade. So with that, I will bring to conclusion this session. I think we are about 1 minute, 2 minutes beyond the time. Be mad at me for stealing 2 minutes of our next session. So okay. Thank you again to all the presenters. Thank you again, our participants, for being part of this session. We will move on to the next session. Does Dr. Sam have something to say for us before we go to the next session?
Yes, before we go to the next session, we actually have the privilege of Ambassador Mfumukeko, who is the SG of the East African Community Secretariat. So we'd love for him to just address us briefly before we go to the next session while we have him on the floor. So Ambassador, please, if you can unmute, and then we will ask you to address us.
Speak on the next session.
Yes, my understanding is that he needs to be rushing away, so we need to give him the privilege now.
No, that makes absolute sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Please, Ambassador, if you are here, can you wave virtually so that I make you a co-host? I can't see your name on the list. Thank you.
Yeah, he might be on a device that's not showing his name. If any of the team members, if you can help us identify him quickly, please, it will just help us. Brother Charles, if you can hear me, if you can help us locate the ambassador quickly, please, if you don't mind.
All right. Hello, Sam.
Yes, sir.
Sam. Yeah, it's Ben here. I think he might have left when I just spoke to Sam. I think because of his time, he might have just left us. Yeah.
That's fine.
In case we get him, we might let you know.
Okay, that's fine. So without further ado, then Ambassador Rasul, I can hand over back to you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makinwa. I think that that we'll find a way to share the session. I suspect that your skill is in interrogation, digging deeper into what the various people are saying and getting more detail from them. And so I think what we will do is I will follow your lead and say, speakers, we've now missed, hopefully we'll come back, Ambassador Liberat Mfumukeko, that I think was going to be a very important addition to this conversation, the Secretary General of the EAC, massive experience and so forth, but hopefully he will be able to come back. We will immediately hand over to Mr. Tawfiq Turki, and he's the chairman of the East African Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. He's played all of these roles in Zanzibar, CEO of the largest business groups in Tanzania, and he has been described as goal-driven, a passionate leader, highly educated, and from everything I've read about him, those are not empty descriptions. He delivers on all of these things. And so I think we will ask Mr. Tawfiq Turki to speak to us for, and hopefully, Mr. Makinwa, we can agree that these opening remarks should be, and maybe we should try to have all panelists be guided by 10 to 12 minutes each to allow for the kind of questioning and discussion at the end of this. But I do want to introduce all of the panel by saying that there are some very piercing questions that we have to answer today so that the foundation can be laid for the sessions tomorrow. I think we need to discuss not only what is outstanding, but what have been the milestones that we have reached for this enabling environment for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. What's the role of various players? What's the depth of institutional robustness? And what's the regulatory shifts that we are going to require? Are there any unexpected threats to our ambitions for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and bringing in the private sector? And what are the opportunities that the private sector would be able to bring about? And then I also think we need to plan for the impact of COVID, for the changing geopolitics. And then I end on this one by saying that it is very ironic that as many advanced countries on the globe are shifting towards isolationism, Africa actually is emerging at this moment with an openness, an opening up, as evidenced by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are doing what is in today's global terms counter-instinctive. Are we set to be leaders in returning the world to the kind of openness that is required? Having said that, I think that we are looking forward to our next few speakers, and I invite Mr. Tawfiq Turki to take the floor, please.
Please, it appears Mr. Tawfiq is not around.
Well, then I think we have to not waste much time. Nigel Chanakira to be able to speak to us. And I won't say much about him, except that he has this very interesting description attached to his name. The most maverick entrepreneur to ever emerge out of Zimbabwe. An entrepreneur, a banker, a coach, a philanthropist. He's headed Kingdom Private Equity, experience in the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwe Investment Authority, but he's also deeply rooted in the private sector. So I hope they're not going to tell me that Mr. Chanakira is not around, because with that kind of description, I'd like to hear what the most maverick entrepreneur out of Zimbabwe.
Hello. Unfortunately, he's not around too. So I don't know whether he's using a different name here. But if Dr.
Nigel is around, he can wave virtually so I can make him calls. Thank you.
Mr. Makinwa, maybe you will have better luck introducing the next speaker and calling them to the podium. You must unmute yourself.
I was suggesting we give Dr. Sam 30 seconds to see whether he can get Dr. Chanakira. And if he doesn't, then we'll move on to Dr. Eko Spio-Garba, who is our next person on the panel.
Yeah, I can't seem to locate him. I think you can go ahead.
Okay.
Just unmute yourself again.
He has allowed us to move forward to the next one. They cannot get Dr. Chanakira, Ambassador Rasul. They can't get him. So we are going to Dr. Eko Spio-Garba now.
Please.
Okay. Dr. Eko Spio-Garba is referred to as a diplomat. He's an entrepreneur. He's a banker. And he probably will qualify as one of those who has had the most ministerial appointments in his country. He has been Minister of Trade and Industry. He has been Minister of Communication, Minister of Education, among others. He was also former CEO of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization based in London. That's a lot of roles to have played, to have seen things from different parts of the world, and now looking at the AfCFTA. Kindly help us through some of the questions that are raised in terms of what are the threats, what are the opportunities, and how do we make the most of this new agreement to benefit the continent. So over to you, sir, Dr. Spio-Garba.
Hello. Unfortunately, Dr. Eko Spio-Garba is.
Okay. So
I definitely have seen Dr. Dev Chamru on the chat.
Yes, I am.
Oh, well, great.
Dev Chamru,
Mr. Dev Chamru is senior.
Please introduce you.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Dev Chamru is a senior consultant with the CITC in Mauritius. He has a lot of experience in international trade, in international investment. He's a development specialist, over 35 years of experience in trade promotion. He was formerly the CEO of Enterprise Mauritius, which was a national trade promotion agency for the country. Mauritius is a very well-known country for tourism. So for Mr. Chamru, the good news that we've heard about Mauritius, we know that you've made an important contribution to it. So how does the AfCFTA impact better on Africa going forward? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, moderators. Ambassador Russell, we met some time back in Pretoria.
Yes.
And it's a pleasure to see you back again, live and kicking. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good evening from Mauritius. And before I start, I want to wish all women of the world a very happy Women's Day. Their contribution cannot be stated, in fact, and it goes without saying. Straight to the point, a lot of hype of the AfCFTA, which has entered into force on the 1st of January after such a prolonged negotiation that has been built in, but there is a lot of groundwork to be done. In regional policy making, there are 3 dimensions. There is one, the drafting of the agreement, which I think the policymakers have done a good job of. Second is the implementation of the agreement. And here we have, unfortunately, a very poor track record on Africa's regional integration movement. And Ambassador Rasool can testify the fate of SADC and COMESA after X number of decades, we are still not achieved where we wanted to be. Okay. And this time we're dealing with 55 nations to start with. And the third one is the most important one, which a lot of people are really interested to know. What will be the impact of the AfCFTA on, one, intra and inter-African trade and investment? Will it boost internal movement of it, whatever? 1. 2, will it position African continent, the biggest continent of all, which can bring in China, India, America, Europe, all into one, as a geopolitical force of economic importance in the region going forward? Okay. So these are the 3 things that go along, and policymakers are always drafted a good agreement. I think they have. The job of implementing, unfortunately, goes on at a slightly lower level, and this is where we have a problem. Okay. I like to share this anecdote, what happened to me many years back when I was heading a Mauritian delegation to a COMESA International Trade Fair in Kenya. So one of the guys who was working on our stand went home late after the event, after the cocktail. And we went home, and his wife asked him, "Where were you? Why did you come late?" And he says, "I was at COMESA." And the wife thought COMESA happens to be the mistress of the person. So now finding what are the knowledge of the private sector of this massive document which we have in the AfCFTA, you will be surprised to see that most of them do not know beyond the parlance of policymakers. So the first important job happens to be how to vulgarize the provisions contained. 1, how to make business happen using the platform, AfCFTA platform, how to mobilize intra-African investment and trade. So those are the things coming along. I think going by the African Union standard of Agenda 2063, I hope we don't have to wait to 2063 to know the impact of this agreement. So yes, it contains the seed for Africa to emerge as an integrated continent. Presently, our intra and inter-African trade is less than 18%, 68% for the European Union. Our intra-investment is less than 10%. So we do have a lot of miles to run along this path. So this is a hope. We are a resilient continent. We do have our own challenges, but this opportunity given to us, and this is where I agree with the former speakers, what the private sector has to come in. You will realize, and again, I'll go back to Ambassador Rasool, that you'll find that in many of these trade negotiations, the private sector happens to be very underrepresented. I think we have to change the paradigm. The private sector should be the engine of not only trade, but when it comes to policy advocacy as well. So there is, and I've seen a lot of colleagues from the chambers and Federation of Industries, there is now time to work the talk and not not just talk the talks. Okay, so the AfCFTA is an important component, but look at the second component, which is the ease of doing business. 25 of the last leaguers in the ease of doing business happens to be African countries. 188, 190 African countries. And you have what? 4 or 5 countries in the top 100, with Mauritius being number 13. But you have star players in the last edition, where you had Togo, you had Nigeria, who have made enormous trend in improving their business. They are the most reforming countries. And this is the time when peer-to-peer learning must become top on the agenda of our policymakers. Learn from the experiences of the people who have implemented successfully reforms. Mauritius, number 13, Rwanda, number 38, Kenya, number 56, Togo, 59 position in 2 years. Okay, I must here acknowledge, declare my interest. I'm also advisor to the presidency in Togo in what you call ease of doing business matter for the last 3 years. So there are possibilities, and somebody must be able to take this, champion this peer-to-peer learning. We don't have to go and learn from others. We have internal experiences which are good enough. So there again, Africa does not lack opportunities. Africa does not lack, the resources. It's now to mobilize investment. And we should not make the mistake what most African investment promotion agencies do. All these IPAs, the moment they think of investment promotion, they already think of travel overseas, going to talk to people, because it's a sexy job. I've been in the business for years. They're missing the strongest link. Time to mobilize domestic investment. Time to mobilize intra-African investment. Time to mobilize African diaspora. If we have consumed these 3, then we can start looking for foreign direct investment. Okay? So we have the opportunities are with us. It's a question of taking these opportunities and championing them for success. I also wanted to talk about regional value chain. COVID-19 has presented opportunities, but has also created walls. The first reaction of most African countries is now buy local, produce local, okay? I should be producing. But look at the economies of the 55 countries in Africa. Most of them are small countries. There are more than 17 of them which are landlocked countries. There are some huge countries, okay? But the missing element is we are not optimizing regional value chain. And in economic development, the whole theory of beneficiation of local resources, I personally consider very low in ranking, because I am all of the position that there is a lot of opportunities to be harnessed using the resources that our neighboring countries possess. 55 countries together, you have all the resources in the world. South Africa taking the lead in capital movement. Nigeria and the other one giving us the market access that we require. And a lot of new centers are developed, doing trade with other countries, investing with, and also outside Africa can play. So all these put together, that gives us an opportunity to build on the new agreement, which is being heralded as a historic agreement, the largest FTA in terms of countries, okay? But we have to live by the promises that we have made. Our policymakers have done the job. Now is the time for administration, private sector institutions. Okay, they must not be the wagon behind, but they become the engine forward. Okay, and they're women entrepreneur, for youth entrepreneur that must take the lead now. Time also to organize. We know that access to capital, investment capital is an issue, but believe me, African banks, African fund managers, African equity participants, we do have capacity and potential to fuel to a large extent our own requirements in terms of capital. So I will rest my case for now, and we'll come back, for any answers that our colleagues, anybody will wish to have from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the inspiring statements that you have made, and also for recalling from experience what is happening in the continent that we should learn from. I will now hand over to Ambassador Rasul to continue.
Thank you very much. I echo your appraisal of Dev Chamru's inspiring can-do input that he has just made, because a lot of what we require, in addition to resources and human resources, is confidence. And I think that he's just injected quite a lot. And we now going to introduce with great assuredness the next speaker, Mr. Kiprono Kitani. He is running at least 7 different companies in the private sector. He is chairman of the Nairobi Securities and Exchange Controls. He's a media owner. He's an undergraduate from the University of Nairobi and has an MBA from Alliant. I think that to continue on this theme of answering the piercing questions as we implement the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I hand over to Mr. Kitoni. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I must start by saying what a wonderful honor and privilege it is to be on this forum today on the International Women's Day. And I'd like to begin by thanking all the partners, the Continental and Regional Chambers of Commerce, the business councils, business associations, Wealth Masters Group, SIDE Corporate Council for Africa, African Diaspora Associations, and others for organizing this very important and timely session. The start of trading under the AfCFTA this year has opened a new historic chapter in Africa's growth story. If it is well implemented, experts say that this accord will boost intra-Africa trade by between 15 to 20. So if we take 18 that the previous speaker spoke about, Mr. Charu, then as the base today, then we are looking at an additional 15 to 25 additional percentage points in our intra-African trade statistic. That puts us to well close to 50%, making us perhaps the second most vibrant trading group on earth after the EU, which is at slightly over 70%. And this will have on regional and national economies, as well as the people of the continent, will be immense. A World Bank report notes that implementing AfCFTA will lift 30 million Africans out of extreme poverty and boost the incomes of nearly 68 million others who live on less than $5.50 per day. Although this accord presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform our continent, the path to its full and successful implementation is not without challenges. Some of these challenges stem from our own colonial heritage. Many countries in Africa, got out of colonial yoke 50 to 60 years ago. And it is my wonder, and I ask this question to all of you on this forum today, the very important question why almost 55 to 60 years after independence, we don't have, a vessel, say, plying Lagos to South Africa, to Cape Town, Cape Town to Mombasa, Mombasa to Cairo, Cairo to Tunis. You see, we have very, very significant logistical challenges. Others, however, are problems of our own doing, for example, corruption and weak institutions. Collectively, these challenges have contributed to a situation where Africa comprises just a mere 2% of global trade and 4% of global investment. And recognizing and confronting these challenges holds a key in the AfCFTA and propelling Africa to its rightful place in global trade and investment. On that note, I think I'd like to commend those heads of state who convened in Kigali and signed the accord and all the follow-up activity. But as the British have said in the past, and we in Kenya have a British history, colonial heritage, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So before outlining some of the issues hampering trade and investment in Africa, it'll be helpful to first speak about some of the big opportunities that we need to seize in the era of this accord. The first opportunity lies in the fact that Africa enjoys favorable demographics. Africa's population is growing rapidly. It is quickly urbanizing, and by 2050, our population in Africa will exceed that of India and China combined. We are, without doubt, the youngest continent in the world. And this favorable demographic profile presents countless opportunities in multiple sectors, including consumer goods, manufacturing, education, and healthcare, amongst others. Another opportunity lies in our rich natural resource endowment and our immense agricultural potential in the continent. We need to find innovative ways of ensuring natural resources don't lead to more inequality and division, but deliver inclusive economic growth. We also need to put agriculture back to the center of economic policy, even while investing in infrastructure and new technologies. Africa has 60% of the world's arable land, but the food import bill has ballooned at an alarming rate over the past decades. This points to the immense opportunities to turn around the narrative in agriculture and create jobs in rural communities. Kenya being a very good example. I live myself in a rural community. Likewise, we need to harness the goodwill of our diaspora communities. African labor powers the global economy in many capitals of this world. This has over the years emerged as one of the most important drivers of development on the continent, and diaspora remittances to Africa surpassed ODA in 2013 to date. In terms of issues affecting the ease of doing business in Africa, the first that we must tackle is corruption, the big elephant in the room. Many African countries rank poorly in dealing with corruption perception, and especially and we lead in the corruption perception indexes. We need to root out corruption, both in the private and public sector. And this can only be done if we strengthen institutions and make integrity the cornerstone in the way that we do business. It is also important that for us to link into global value chains and attract multinational investment, that laws such as the US Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and the UK's Bribery Act make it hard for many multinationals in these countries to do business in countries that are considered corrupt. There are similar laws in many jurisdictions globally, underlining the need for Africa to decisively address the issue of corruption in order to attract more investment. The second issue we need to look at is strengthening relationships between public and private sector. The dynamic shift from one of distrust and suspicion to one of dialogue and collaboration. In countries like mine, Kenya, for example, we have in the past seen state agencies resorting to hardline tactics in tax and regulatory disputes. These kind of practices dampen investor sentiments and dialogue, and I propose that we must embrace dialogue, alternative dispute resolution, and partnerships as a means of achieving success in the AfCFTA. Finally, we need to be open to learning, and this means being open to accepting the failures of the past. Admitting that we've had failures in the past should not make us bitter, but better. It is in this spirit that we as business leaders must utilize the opportunity presented by this forum to identify the issues that have held us back and the rights and wrongs of doing business in Africa. Taking responsibility is the first step of determining our own destiny as envisaged in the Accord. This is what makes this forum today very important. This is what I say once again, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this forum, because without the organizers, we wouldn't be having this very important conversation. Allow me, as I sign out, to just make two very brief remarks. One is on the ease of doing business. Yes, it has helped in many regards. And in Kenya, for example, we've come from 130 to about position 56. And of course, we like to pat ourselves on the back. And we are grateful that we have been able to achieve this progress. But we need to look at the real issues that affect ease of doing business. We need to embrace an AfCFTA that allows for the free movement of goods, capital, and labor across our continent. Let me say Happy Women's Day to all the ladies on board, and to say that for every woman who stands up for womankind, stands up for the whole world. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kitoni. I think that if Dev Chamru's address was inspirational, yours was forthright for the very direct questions and challenges that you pose to all of us. I think your statement, our past must not make us bitter, but must make us better, will ring in my ears for a while longer. And so I think that you've asked some hard questions, and hopefully the next few days will begin to answer all of that. But most importantly, you don't do so from a pessimistic position. You do so from a position that says, we have demographics in our favor. Even urbanization is in our favor. Our resources and all of those kind of things. And so I think the wherewithal is there. It's now up to us to get the subjective issues out of the way and to move forward. So thank you very much. I happily say to everyone that we are back on track with all our speakers. And I ask Mr. Makinwa, my co-facilitator, to keep the discussion going.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rasul. Without much ado, I will call on the next speaker, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, Chairman, the Nigerian Private Sector Alliance. He's also the Executive Vice President of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Prince Kayode is a very, very senior lawyer. In Nigeria, we just simply say SAN. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. But even beyond that, he is on the body of life benchers, which is the highest level any lawyer can attain in the profession. So he's done very, very well for himself, and he will bring that experience and that knowledge to bear in his contribution here today. Besides that, he has held several positions in government as minister, labor and employment. He has been Attorney General. He's been Minister of Justice. And currently, he chairs several boards, several councils and committees. So, opening the doors to ease of doing business in a bigger way that we aid continental integration as well as make this continent get to where it should be, its rightful position as a major player in the international trade area. Thank you. Over to you, sir, Prince Kayode.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all thank the organizers for putting this platform together, and also appreciate the contribution of the earlier speakers, particularly the keynote addressed by His Excellency the President of Niger. He has identified the key issues, that is, and of course also the challenges that we have. We know that today the world's economy is challenged. Africa is on the threshold of either going down or staying on its feet and even going up. The AfCFTA provides a huge opportunity for us to do what our forebears, the founders of the founding in Africa, strong social platforms, create ECOSOC inclusion, eliminate poverty, empower our people, and of course, industrial development. We want to stop being the providers of raw materials, raw cocoa, you know, just raw minerals to the world. We want to be able to add value. We want to be able to beneficiate. We want to be an active part. And I think the AfCFTA provides a singular, you know, opportunity to achieve this. It cannot fail. It dare not fail. We cannot allow it to fail. So I want to urge all of us to proceed from a position of optimism. We have gone this far and we will make it work. We will make it work. So how do we proceed doing that? There are several challenges. But somebody said that, I mean, no sane person wants to waste a good crisis. We have crises in several areas which our economy work to move Africa, all of us, Nigeria, everybody, move all of us out of being the football of the world to the key players. So what are the challenges? We have challenges about logistics. Many of the speakers have talked about these challenges. We have challenges about logistics, about infrastructure, about rules that we make, rules that we hardly understand, you know, and again, the limited knowledge about what we could do to actually make our system efficient, and more important about our institutions, these weak institutions which enable system to be successful. So these are the challenges. Also opportunities. For instance,
Interpret, the speaker's sound is not clear.
For instance, it is if we develop our infrastructure, then we'll create opportunities for our people, we'll create jobs, we develop opportunities for skills. And you know, without skills, we really cannot create jobs. So we need to focus, one, in terms of developing infrastructure and logistics base, to emphasize skills. We all know that we have a bulge, a huge population bulge, especially with our youth. In Nigeria, which is typical of Africa, the age of 18 to 40, 50, you are looking at about 65 to 70%. And the same goes for the whole of Africa. So this is a big opportunity. You have a strong opportunity for working population, but they must have skills. And it is when we help them to acquire these skills that we will not be able to use them.
You have a problem with your sound. It's not coming through. It hasn't come through for the past 1.5 minutes. The sound.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Hello? Hello?
Your sound is low. Very low.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Is it better now? Well, okay, maybe I should just speak louder. Is it better now?
Yes, please. We can hear you.
No, you can.
Wow. Hello?
Please, we can hear you. Hello?
Hello? I can hear you very well.
Hello, Mr. Kayode. We can hear you.
Okay. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll be fast at it. So, very critical for us is the issue of skills. Employment, to give jobs to our youth, they must acquire skills. And this is important. It doesn't matter. Any skills. It could be basic carpentry, basic building, basic technology skills. The skills development is very important. So I want to see that one of the jobs that Wamkele, the Secretary of AfCFTA, one of the ideas I would like him to push going forward is the issue of having skills embedded in our curriculum, right from the youth, right from primary school. So our youth can have skills. That's how we're going to be able to develop them in terms of HR, also develop them in terms of infrastructure. Now, the second issue that's very important is the rules we make. You see, many of the rules we make are counterproductive. I know Nigeria, for as an example,
We are working out to see how we can get most of our rules changed. Secondly, the AfCFTA, the Commission can find a way to assist countries to streamline their rules, make it simple, make it easy, so that all of us can even have across the board generic rules which we can apply, and to make it easy to live in country, and of course inter-Africa, rules that will make our system work. It will also be easy for our officials, our civil service to be able to interpret, because this is one of the foundations of one of the main issues that obstruct free flow of business. The fact that there's a discretionary approach to rules, people don't understand it, so they use their discretion to interpret it. So this is very, very important. And more importantly, we also, this era of technology, we must begin to adopt technology for simple things like pushing of forms. Why do I want to export some goods to Benin Republic and I have to fill 10 forms? Why can't I just go to the internet and just fill one form and everything is done? So we must begin to adopt technology. I'm looking at practical issues. There are a lot of other issues that have been raised, which I all adopt, but practical issues like adopting technology to implement the processes of making business work. Not only in between Nigeria and Kenya or Nigeria and Uganda, or Nigeria and Togo or Cameroon, but also even within the country. So we need to make, like our import duties, for instance. Why should there be any discretion? Why shouldn't we be a flat rate for the import duty rate? Or even if you have to pay any export fees, it should be a flat rate. If it's 2%, let it be 2%. Everybody knows this. So you do not even need to negotiate your fees or anything, because this is the foundation of corruption. This is the foundation of inefficiency, and some of the things that are militating against we being able to have smooth operation of our businesses. Now, finally, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is an agreement that must work. And I haven't said that it must work, we must make it work. We must all believe in it. We must find a way to get out of the mentality of, I want to say, trade nationalism. You know, these days people are talking about vaccine nationalism. We are also having trade nationalism whereby some countries want to protect themselves. We're all guilty of this. We must open our doors. Historically, we have all traded among ourselves, at least on a regional basis. So we should imbibe that and bring that spirit into the implementation of the AfCFTA, and it will be good. But the critical issue was that skills is important, technology is important, and strong focus on development of infrastructure and logistics. Railway system, there is no interconnection with railways. I mean, look at West Africa. So how do I move my goods from Abuja to Burkina? I have to use trucks. Now we know the challenge. Even the roads are not as if they're up to, you know. So these are part of challenge. So the countries must work together. Countries that are contiguous must bring the roads to their boundaries so that you can interlink. We must also standardize our processes, whereby if the road in Lagos to Daura, which is boundary between Nigeria and Katsina, is on a 9 cm thickness, then the one leaving Daura to Niger should also be that kind of thickness. So we know that we can everything work together. Secondly, as of today, Nigeria is trying to develop a rail line between Nigeria and Niger Republic. That is very expensive process for us. It's a good thing, very expensive process for us. So the Niger too and these other countries must also have a handshake. So as every country is making efforts to bring logistics to the border, bring infrastructure to their borders, the other countries should handshake with them and key into that vision so that goods can move in and out, to and fro across these boundaries. With all that, Africa needs the AfCFTA. Africa needs to develop, and there's no other way. We must make it work. I thank you, and I adopt, of course, all the points already made. One of the good things of speaking almost last is that we can ride on what the good things other people have said. But I thank the organizers for the opportunity, and I congratulate the African woman on the International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince Kayode, for a very forthright, Africa needs AfCFTA. And you listed the limitations, the challenges, but you insisted that the time has come for us to take advantage of this instrument and that there are a lot of opportunities, not only limited to any particular country, but across the continent, and countries need to work hand in hand to make it happen. Thank you very much. I will leave Ambassador Rasool out for now, because today is International Women's Day. I will take on the privilege of calling the first woman to speak on this session. I won't offer that to you. It's my great pleasure, privilege, to introduce Ms. Caroline Gathy. She is from the Organization of Women in International Trade. She's a lady with many, many, many years of experience in international business, especially with the auditing firms, the top auditing firms that you want to mention. She's been there, she's done it. And currently, she's managing a risk advisory firm in Nairobi, where she comes from. Ms. Gathy is president of the Organization of Women in International Trade. It's a large organization with about 1,400 members. So it's my pleasure. Happy International Women's Day to you. Ms. Gathy, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this forum. All protocols observed. Great to be here, and thank you to all the people who have organized this great event for Africa. So I'll just go straight into the topic of discussion, and just to say Happy International Women's Day to all the women of Africa. Happy to represent the women of Africa and being the first woman to speak. One of the challenges we get as women is that we are normally forgotten, even in our day, that nearly the last speaker on this panel, but nevertheless, I will introduce the topic of women and the issues that women face in international trade. Just to say that the women population is about 51%, and we cannot ignore of our population. So I'll speak a bit about OIT, and then I will speak about my thoughts on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. So OIT is an organization of women in international trade. We say we are a business membership organization for women in trade, and the organization was established in 1989 in the United States of America, and is a global association of business women. So OIT operates in America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. And there are currently about 36 chapters around the world. In Africa, we are currently 3 chapters. We are OIT Kenya, OIT Nigeria, and OIT Zimbabwe. We have other African chapters joining before the end of this quarter. They include African countries of Eswatini, South Africa, Ghana, and Egypt. So by the end of this quarter, we'll have 7 African countries join, and we're hoping that by the end of the year, we'll have much more African countries join into OIT Africa. So OIT Africa is a coalition of the African countries, and we basically form the coalition to give us a voice and to be able to lobby for women in trade, terms of specific areas that we have challenges in trading. And I'll just basically maybe go through those that we face. These are not unique to Kenya. There are issues that women face, and we did a survey throughout Africa, and some of these challenges that women face need to be addressed as we get into the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We say that every challenge that is faced by a man, a woman faces it higher by about 2 times. So if you are saying there is a challenge that a man faces, then a woman faces twice as much as that challenge. So what are some of these challenges that women face? And especially access to finance, And access to finance, some of the challenges that women face is understanding some of the trade finance tools that are used by financial institutions. Letters of credit, all the tools that are used in international trade, failure to understand these tools. Some of them are not presented in a very good format, and that's one of the biggest challenges. Under finance, again, high collateral demands. As you're aware, in Africa, women do not own anything. Everything is owned by the man. And so when a woman is trading and would want to get financing from a financial institution, that woman needs to go and look for something to trade. In Kenya, we have several communities who gathered and asked themselves, how are we going to deal with the issue of access to finance? And these communities decided that the only thing a man is not interested in is beads. And so they are now crafting things, beadwork, artifacts, and they're currently doing international trade. And so, as you're aware, so that if they were going to trade using the traditional collateral like land, in Kenya, only 2% registered land is owned by women, only 2%. So you can imagine the challenges that women face in trade. And now we are talking about exports and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What challenges that are presented to women? Inadequate financing of small businesses. Research has shown that women operate very small businesses. And financial institutions and the banks we are speaking about are not interested to finance small businesses. They are considered risky. They are considered to lack strategic direction. And they are considered not to have strong management teams. And hence, the profile that banks have for lending credit analysis cannot then fit into small businesses which are managed by women. Hence, limiting women to trade properly. So these are some of the key challenges. And then the other key challenge in financing is high capital requirement for exports. So we are speaking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and we are saying we are happy and we are here and we will know we're going to do it. But half of the population, which is the women, cannot access this financing because exports is a capital-intense business. We have women in OIT engaging in international trade, and one of the biggest challenges we have is they can't be able to access financing. We get orders and we're not able to buy is because we have the capacity, but we don't have the finances to be able to manage this export. So we need to think about how do we think about financing of trade, and especially for women. As I said, every challenge a man faces, then a woman faces times to that challenge. So this is a big challenge for women in terms of high capital requirements for exports. On the other issue I'd like to speak about is the issue of taxes. As you're aware, we have different tax regimes, and I'm hoping that the African Continental Free Trade Area will think about how we can be able to deal with these tax issues. Some of the challenges that we've seen is, and our members point out very well, our women members point out very well, are understanding the different tax regimes in different countries and complex tax requirements, which sometimes are difficult to comprehend for women. I always say that, you know, the woman's time is divided. A woman is a nurturer. So if they are running a business, they need to divide themselves between running a business and running a home. In our African traditional culture, we still have to do the work of nurturing, taking care of our children, taking care of our husbands, taking care of our sick relatives. This role is still continue doing as women as we continue trading. So one of the challenges of complex tax requirements is that women may not have enough time to go and read them and understand them. And also another challenge in taxes is high tax export business attract. So if I'm exporting to Nigeria, which is my fellow OIC country, I have to really understand what are the exports, do we have, what am I supposed to incorporate in my costing of my goods? And that's a big challenge as we manage OIC businesses. So that's another challenge. So I'll move to the next challenge of access to information. For us, this is a barrier of trade for women. Simply because, as I said, the woman time is divided into nurturing as well as building a business. As you're aware, there is information. There is trade information available. We have ITC, which has trade maps. It has export potential information. We have also information in our respective Ministry of Trade departments and other areas. But this information is scattered all over, and it's not in a central place where it can be used. So lack of well-packaged information is a barrier to trade, because if I'm trading as a woman, I need to think about how many ministries will I visit? How many licenses do I need? How many places do I need to go visit to be able to trade? So this is another big challenge, and information being in different places, we need to think about how do we try to centralize this information and make it accessible to women traders. And then information is too complex. Trade policies are written by lawyers, but they're not for use for lawyers. They're used for traders, typical business people. And this is a barrier of trade again. No time to go and think about those legal jargon. How do we make this information simplified for women traders? We said that the cross-border traders, especially who we call the informal traders, are majority women, but they really need to understand these complex trade policies using legal jargon. How do we make it this information accessible to women for them to be able to trade? And a lot of documents. So these documents are complex. There are also many in number. So we need to think about how do we make them, into proper documentation, maybe a few sets of information that we can be able to fill out, have a place where we can be able to have a resource and say, if I'm exporting avocados from Kenya to Egypt, these are the documents I need. So avocado export documents and such kind of things that we need. So, and then a lot of licenses, like I said. So other challenges, and these are more challenges, I think, that to do with mainly trade itself. I think some of my former presenters presented it. Trust between buyers and sellers. Now, women operate on trust, and that is our nature. So if I cannot trust that if I export to another country, I will get a proper buyer, how will I do trade? The issues of transparency in trade is critical. We say actually that women work with people they can be able to trust. And that's why we have come up with a OIT Africa Liaison, where we will be able to meet other traders from other countries so that we start forming a relationship and then we can trade. So the question that I would ask, and as we go on to discuss the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, is there trust amongst the African countries? Is there transparency? Does one country feel that they can't trust people from another country? And how do we deal with these serious matters of trade? Because if there is no trust, if there is no transparency, then we'll be hindering the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And then the other issues which have been discussed, very serious issues, the issues of logistical challenges that we all are aware about. And I think it's critical that we think about them as we continue discussing the implementation, the issues of customs clearance, both for imports and exports. We know that in our border points that we have very many challenges. I think some people have mentioned that. And then the issue of access to markets, finding a customer. How are we going to find a customer? I know we are coming with e-commerce systems, but my question is, how do we make it effective? How do we make it authentic? How do we think about the issues of copying and all such kind of things? So issues to do with the rules of origin and such kind of things. I just want to give you a very interesting statistic, and the statistic from our members is that our members export more to the United States and to United Kingdom. And the third export market is Uganda from Kenya. So that means that we are actually not trading with each other as Africans. It is a fact from our statistics. So how do we then make our continent trade together, trade with each other? Because it's obvious that most of our exports especially go to other countries in Europe and in America. And really, we are really not trading with each other. I think there are some statistics which have been mentioned before that we are really not trading to each other. So how are we going to enhance access to markets and trust each other and know that once I trade with another African country, I will get my payment and I will maintain my customer and I won't need to have sleepless nights. Then another thing, another challenge women face is that we are overrepresented in the informal sector. That's not a very good representation right there. And we say that women run really small businesses. How do we then ignore a half of the African population? And how do we uplift these women? We need to build their capacity, we need to build their businesses, we need to think about strategies to uplift women. And we also know that part of the reason this is the case, as I said earlier, is that women are natural. So most women resources go into building a home, buying food, taking care of the home, and all that kind of thing. So how do we set up? I know we had a discussion with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, and we are saying we are lobbying for setting aside some funding for women traders of Africa, so that at least the funding we are coming up with is actually, we have a higher percentage for women, because we know that there are challenges in financing and running small businesses and such kind of things. So as we consider and continue to think about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, my parting shot and some of the things I think are very important, we need to have simple, efficient, and uniform procedures for trade. Simple, efficient, uniform procedures for trade, which are understood by a normal trader. If possible, these trade policies and procedures should be translated to local languages, where if they are cross-border traders, then they can be able to then understand these trade procedures. The other thing I would just urge is a thought about standardization of forms required for export. So they are standard, we can be able to get different sets of documents in specific places, and it's very clear if I'm exporting then which documents are required in a single batch, so that we can be able to just use those documents. Enhancing transparency in trade and trust. This is critical for us to be able to uphold and to continue trading. We need to think about transparency. We need to think about trust. How do we enhance that as an African continent as we continue? And then the other thing I'd like also to speak about is women in decision-making positions in matters trade and financing. I think this is critical in terms of deciding some of the things to do with women. In some places where we go and hear men, only women, men clubs speaking about women stuff. And we have seen those in social media. It's important that we include women in decision-making positions, and especially now that we have committees in respective countries speaking speaking onto different areas of trade. It's important that we incorporate women, and not just women who are in trade, women who actually transact, women who know where the shoe pinches. Those are critical to include in the decision-making processes and procedures as we continue in this journey of Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The other thing is that, as research has shown, and also from our membership, we know that most women are in services. They provide the services, and I think this is the nature of women. But there's, if you look at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, little is said on services, little has been done on services. I think that the phase 2 of these deliberations are being done on services. So it's important as we come up with the protocols that we involve women, because we are the biggest service providers, and I think we understand how to provide these services. So it's important that we incorporate women in the phase 2 as we are discussing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and ensure that we are enabling women instead of pushing them down as we proceed with these trade matters. And the other thing I'd like to speak about is establishing linkages with the business associations. There are very many business associations, and it's important that these business associations link women in Africa. A good example is OBIT. We know we have very many business associations. It's important that we think about how do we link the women of Africa? How do we push this agenda? And not just business association, ensuring that now after we sit on these business associations, then we are involved in the policy dialogue, which is where the rubber hits the road. So within these business associations, then the representatives should be included in the national policy trade committees that are speaking about trade, that they're involved in the Secretariat in matters of making decisions on how to engage women going forward. This is critical because we women of Africa know where the rubber is the most. I think another thing that I'll just maybe end up with, I think it has been said before, but it's important for us to say, is adequate infrastructure to support goods and services. So just like I said earlier, I think the challenges in trade that affect women, that affect traders, affect women more, and they affect women to the double degree. So it is important that as we think about these trade agreements that we have as a continent of Africa, we incorporate women and we ensure that they're involved in the policy dialogues, and we are very many capable women of Africa and can contribute equally to the discussion of trade, and we are ready and capable of taking the women agenda and empowering women economically. And we salute all women of Africa and ensure that we get more money in our pockets. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Over back to you. Thank you so much, and all the best. Thank you so much.
Ms. Caroline Cathy, thank you. I appreciate your bringing in the perspectives that we hardly remember, not just the usual logistics and issues around corruption and difficulties of doing business, but even bringing in the issues around our values. How do we trust each other? What does one country think about the others? Why do nationals of certain countries think that the others are not people they want to be friendly with or trade with? Where did these biases come from? And how are we taking care of those biases, those prejudices, in fostering ease of doing business? These are very, very important matters, as well as many others that you have brought up. Thank you very much. I will now hand over to my friend Ambassador Rasul to take us forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makinwa. I want to say that there is a fascinating discussion taking place on the chat groups, and I think it is stimulated by Caroline Gathi's input about how practical can you get in finding solutions to the many problems that we have been identifying. I'm getting a sense of problem identification fatigue and the need to find solutions. And I think that what Caroline has done with the idea of uniform procedures, standard documents, women, for example, at decision-making tables, linkages between business association and the correct infrastructure, not only the big infrastructure products, but the micro infrastructure that can facilitate business amongst Africans, I think are all issues that are coming up. And so I think we are laying the foundation for a great discussion. But before we can have a discussion, we have the great honor of inviting Dr. Joshua Abo to the platform, a financial economist, in fact, a professor of finance. I know he's also studied at Harvard, but I'm very proud of the fact that he got his PhD from the University of Stellenbosch, where my son is currently enrolled. He is also the Dean of the University of Ghana Business School. He's been having roles in SOAS, in the IMF, the World Bank. And so I think it is the right kind of person to round off this discussion, and so that we can enter a freer round of discussion. And just, if I can suggest, with your permission, Mr. Makinwa, if colleagues continue to use the chat group to flag important questions that they want to, then we could, for example, reflect that off to the panel so that we can mainstream discussions. But it is now my honor to invite Joshua Abo to speak to us.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador. And let me first of all stand on the established protocol to thank the AU and the private sector for organizing this important summit. Secondly, I wish to quickly appreciate all our women and wish them happy International Women's Day, and to thank them for their immense contributions at the household level, at the corporate sector, and also at the level of politics and decision making. Let me say that the AfCFTA is said to be the world's largest free trade area after the WTO, and it is a fundamental aim of the AU. The AfCFTA has existed in the books of the AU since its inception in May 1963. Now, in terms of the core mandates of the AfCFTA, it builds on the terms of the tripartite free trade area, which comprises of the SADC, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, the East African Community, and the core mandates of the AfCFTA are enshrined in Article 3 of the modalities establishing the trade area. Let me quickly identify 8 of the strategic objectives of the AfCFTA. One is to create a single market for goods and services that facilitate free movement of people across Africa, contribute to the movement of capital and smoothing investment, create a continental custom union, expand intra-African trade, resolve the challenges of overlapping members in regional economic arrangements, promote sustainable and all-inclusive growth and development, improve industrial development, and then boost competitiveness. Of course, it also identifies certain operational objectives, but I wouldn't bore you with that. But in terms of the business opportunities towards industrialization, the AfCFTA will cover a market of 1.2 billion people and a GDP of 2.5 trillion across all 55 member states of the AU. AfCFTA will progressively eliminate tariffs on intra-African trade, making it easier for African businesses to trade within the continent and cater and benefit from growing African markets. And also consolidating the continent into one trade area provides great opportunities for trading businesses and customers across Africa, and the chance to support sustainable development. We can talk about sustainable growth and job creation and the role that AfCFTA is expected to play. Africa's industrial exports are forecast to benefit most from AfCFTA. This is important for diversifying Africa's trade and encouraging a move away from extractive commodities, such as oil and minerals, which have traditionally accounted for most of Africa's exports, towards a more balanced and sustainable export base. The SME sector is set to benefit, or expected to benefit, from the implementation of the AfCFTA. The SME, we know that are key to growth in Africa. They are set to account. I did my PhD study on looking at financing of SMEs, looking at South Africa and Ghana. And in the case of Ghana, SMEs account for over 90% of businesses. Now, these businesses usually struggle to penetrate more advanced overseas markets. But with the AfCFTA, they are well positioned to tap into regional export destinations and can use regional markets as stepping stones for expanding into overseas markets at a later point. Now, in fact, in the short peg, that the main benefits of the AfCFTA would be SMEs. However, in the medium to long term, the benefits will extend to all African citizens, who achieved a welfare gain estimated as $16.1 billion, especially favoring women, who currently manage 70% of informal cross-border trade, as well as young people who could benefit from new job opportunities. A number of opportunities and potential benefits of the AfTA have been identified, including new markets, improving economic growth, increased FDI inflows, enhanced efficiency. And we could take these and discuss them in detail. Now, when you take new markets, we expect that AfTA will afford African-owned businesses the opportunity to enter new markets. This will certainly increase their customer base and result in innovation in their new product and service offerings. Now, in terms of economic growth, a successful implementation of the AfTA will enable SMEs to increase their productive capacity with increased desire to target export markets within the region. Now, increased productivity will obviously increase or contribute to GDP growth for the country. Now, with respect to FDI, considering the challenge of limited access to finance in the domestic economies of the African region, FDI plays an important role of complementing domestic resources to drive productivity. And therefore, removal of restrictions will encourage foreign investment into the continent. Now, increased FDI flows will be channeled through the banking sector, and that will improve credit extension to the private sector and subsequently spur growth. And some of the studies we have done looking at the role of FDI, we've found that FDI tends to stimulate economic growth, especially in markets where their financial system is quite robust. So if you have an efficient banking system, then FDI can complement the financial system or the banking system to effectively or efficiently provide credit to the private sector in order to drive growth. Another benefit is reduction in input costs. And we believe that the AfTA will reduce the process of importing raw materials from the region. And implementation of the AfTA will motivate SMEs to establish assembly plants across the region, allowing them to access cheaper means of production and therefore improve their profitability. And again, increase efficiency in sales. Now, AfTA should be able to provide the environment that encourages multinational companies or corporations to partner domestic firms. And we know that multinational companies come with improved technology, more efficient systems, improved governance structure, better management practices, and the potential spillover benefits from these multinational corporations to the domestic firms are apparent. We can also talk about intra-African trade. And we believe that the implementation of AfTA will boost intra-African trade by immediately removing all tariffs on 90% of goods, and this is estimated by UNECA to increase intra-African trade from the current 18% to 52.3% by 2022. The AfTA will result in increased trade in higher value manufacturing goods, and this should help African countries to diversify their export and build more resilience to price fluctuations. Increased trade among African countries should increase export earnings and help stabilize local currencies. And we know the problem that African countries have in terms of managing their local currencies, managing exchange rate fluctuations and so on and so forth. So improved export earnings should help us manage our exchange rate better. The intra-African economic and commercial growth, which will result from AfTA, will result in intra-African economic and commercial growth, which will mainly affect the industrial and manufacturing sectors, therefore demonstrating AfTA's potential role in guiding the structural transformation of African countries. Such internal processes are likely to contribute to strengthening Africa's position in global trade. I've mentioned briefly the benefit that AfTA provides to African women, and we believe that by reducing tariffs, AfTA makes it more affordable for informal traders. We know that many African women trade within this sector. They'll be able to operate through which offer more protection, and this can further be enhanced, of course, by simplified trading regimes for small traders, such as the simplified trade for Eastern and Southern Africa, and therefore provide a simplified clearing procedure along reduced import duties that provide particular help to small-scale sectors. We can talk about contributions of AfTA to the achievement of Agenda 2030 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then let me mention some of the potential challenges that have been identified in the literature. AfTA is widely seen, of course, as an industrialization as well as sustainable development in Africa. Despite these opportunities, a number of challenges have been identified. One is the fear of significant tariff revenue losses. Of course, also the benefit of trade liberalization of AfTA is largely accrued to the long run, leading to high adjustment costs in the short run through the reallocation of labor capital and other factors of production. There's also the issue of the fact that there's no clear-cut distinction between long-run and short-run effect of the trade agreement. As such, market consolidation may arise when smaller firms are exposed to stiffer competition. And it's believed that SMEs, particularly in small-scale production, will be confronted with intense competition, since production is likely to move to areas where comparative advantage or home market effect make those industries more efficient. And in addition, some investment in fiscal capital and human capital will end up losing value. There's also the problem of adverse working conditions and job losses. And it's expected that workers from poorer countries may be compelled to work in difficult conditions without basic amenities. Some workers may be forced to accept lower wages and may also be prevented from joining labor unions under threat of losing their jobs. The problem of theft of intellectual property has been identified. And we know that a number of African countries do not have existing laws for protecting patents, inventions, and new processes. Those with laws do not strictly enforce them. This has led to many firms losing their business ideas. And therefore, the implementation of AfTA is likely to compound this situation. Many SMEs may not be motivated. I mean, of course, there will be no incentive to invest in research and development. There's also the issue of wide variation in the levels of development. There's clearly wide income disparity and level of development among African countries. And we know that over 50% of Africa's overall GDP is contributed by South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria, while the 6 sovereign island nations in Africa collectively contribute just 1%. And therefore, the Continental Free Trade Agreement has the greatest level of income disparity and more than twice that of other blocks, such as the ASEAN and then the CARICOM. A number of studies have identified non-tariff barriers as threat to effective implementation of the AfTA. And these include seasonal quotas, poor transportation networks, cumbersome customs procedures, power and energy, problem of power and energy in Africa, inadequate information and communication technology, and of course, roadblocks due to lack of coordination. And there have been debates as to whether these shouldn't be tackled before the implementation of the AfTA. And not doing that will mean putting the cart before the horse. So these are things that need to be tackled more seriously to ensure the effective and efficient and the smooth implementation of the AfTA. A number of things, of course, needs to be done. There must be clear clarification of the required procedures to absorb easing rails into AfTA with their subsequent rules specified. A rule-based system must be implemented in aspects of AfTA without compromising its economic benefits. We need to prevent the likelihood. And of course, COFELIS has actually identified a number of steps that needs to be taken. Now, of course, I agree with some of these. For instance, setting up a law-based governance with multi-level institutional architecture, strengthening the trade liberalization, diversifying financial resources. Of course, in the area of diversifying financial resources, the creation of the AfTA should be supported through strategic investment, and one of the speakers actually mentioned that, and funding. Finance from international donors are critical in this regard. The World Bank and the EU have both expressed their interest and readiness to make the agreement a reality, and this is something that we need to encourage. I have a number of points, but maybe because of time, I will. What does AfTA mean in concrete terms? But I will conclude by saying that the establishment of the AfTA provides a framework for trade liberalization of goods and services among member countries. The primary aim of the agreement is to provide an estimated combined GDP of $3.4 trillion and cover a population of 1.3 billion, while eliminating more than 30 million from absolute poverty. The AfTA is currently seen as the largest free trade area on earth. The AfTA has the potential to significantly increase income and welfare of participating member states. It is very important, extremely crucial, to indicate that if the full benefit of the AfTA is to be realized, we must begin with the removal of all non-trade barriers within each bloc, within the sub-region. Once we're able to do this, ladies and gentlemen, Africa will be able to harness the full potential benefits that the AfTA offers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshua. I want to say that the key takeaway that you remind us is that the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement doesn't occur within a vacuum. We are part of a bigger world that has demands on us, expectations of us, and will put pressure on us. And you mentioned a few of those issues, like the Intellectual Property Act and funding and investment and all of those things. But I also am encouraged by the way in which you think that the way in which the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will be rolled out and has been conceptualized would be able to manage those kind of challenges. Dr. Makinwa, I am told that a speaker we had introduced earlier who joined us, I'm speaking about Dr. Spio Gorbra. I think we need to accommodate him, but in a way that we are still able, before the half hour is up, to deal with some of the questions which are piercing. I put myself in your hands.
Thank you very much. I think we will put the onus of managing our time on the speaker who was absent but who is now here. Can we set a time frame for how that we are finished with the speaking arrangement and we can just have a little bit of discussion? By my own judgment, we have already gone beyond time, but you think we have, yeah. So we have a really big time crunch. So can you speak for the next 7 to 8 minutes? And then we move on from there to begin to round up. If it will just accommodate us, if it doesn't mind. Thank you very much. Is that Dr. Spio Gaba? Ambassador Rasul, is that Dr. Spio Garba who is going to speak now? Yes. We are introducing.
I've been told that he has joined us. I don't know if that was misinformation.
Okay, if he has joined us, can he just proceed? Dr. Spio Garba, the floor is yours, please.
I think, co-facilitator, maybe I have been misinformed, and we should continue to see a hand, and I will scroll through the chat group to see what questions we need to in a sense mainstream. But again, I want to make the point that the chat group is by itself a problem-solving mechanism. It's linking up people, it's giving details of initiatives and so forth, and I encourage you all to look at what can be done about that. But I leave the management of the live conversation to you.
Okay, I thought you were more up to date on it. But two things that I've noticed there, I can bring them on now. When Ms. Caroline Gaffney spoke, there was, like Ambassador Rasul said, question and answer. Somebody said, why should women always ask for some kind of accommodation to take the easy road? You want documents to be made easy for women to understand. Some concessions should be made so that women can be accommodated in policy advocacy. Women should be included in discussions. Somebody said there, why don't women fight for wanting to understand? Women have the brains, they can understand things. So even if they are legal and complicated, they can. So why do you ask for concession for them? This is, I read there. Maybe that can be discussed a little bit further. Are we really asking for concessions? Maybe Ms. Caroline Gatti can speak to that briefly. Anybody who speaks now should not speak for more than a minute. So we can go.
Right.
That's one point. Okay. Another point that came up, somebody said, a lot of the issues that have been raised here were raised even in similar forums where I participated today, that person said. And he said, we are no longer looking at problems and challenges. People should be talking about solutions. And maybe that could be taken up by Mr. Chambru, who had spoken earlier about those kind of things and had suggested solutions. Maybe you could speak much more to that and any other person. I will stop there.
All right, so I can go fast.
You want to come first, but please 1 minute for you and then 1 minute to Chambru. Yes.
So the question is why women are asking for concessions and why we are not standing up. First of all, I'll just like to say that I have stood up. And we have very many women who have stood up, including Dr. Ngozi and such kind of women in trade. So we are standing up. Why are we asking for concessions? And not just me, and I mean, there are very many African women doing business and ensuring that every day we report to our businesses and do work. As you can see, I'm in my business. It's now 8:11 in Nairobi, and I will still continue after this meeting. So we are standing up for our businesses and ourselves, and there are very many women doing the same thing. So the question is, why are we asking for concessions? As you're aware, women have been have had challenges from the past. I just say, number one, women do not own property in Africa. That is a fact. Women or property in Africa is owned by men. And what do banks ask for? What do service providers ask for when they are for property? They ask for vehicles. They ask for land as part of collateral. And women don't have these things. We are thinking of innovative ways of financing women businesses because women do not own anything. They don't own property. The amount of property women own in Kenya, as I said, is 2% of land registered in Kenya belongs to women, only 2%. So what does that mean? Any financial institution will look at a woman business when they're coming to ask for collateral, as they don't have collateral to be able to finance them. Women, again, that's part of property. Number two, women divide their jobs in the office and at home. Traditional African woman has to go home, ensure the children are fed, ensure the husband is fed, ensure the in-laws are happy. A man doesn't have to think about these things. When you're doing trade travels, you need to first of all think about how do you leave your family. Today, if I got a job and I get a lot of jobs in Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Ghana, and everywhere else, I need to first of all figure out how my family is going to be. But if my husband gets the same job, he will take the next plane out of Nairobi to the next country. So we have responsibilities that challenge us in doing business. And that's why we are asking. We are not asking, we are actually demanding for these rights for women. They are rights for women, and rights for women are human rights because of discrimination from historical challenges. So women rights are human rights, and the reason is because we have challenges which are historical in nature, but we are presenting ourselves under these circumstances, and we will continue trading and doing business for Africa. And we have presented ourselves as the Organization of Women in International Trade, doing trade across the world. So we continue, but then we will have to deal with the historical challenges that are presented to a woman of Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gatti. If I was going to say that, I couldn't have said it any better, and I'm sure you've made this point again and again. The field has never been level, so there was no level playing field. Now that women are standing up, some of us are arguing, some of the people, not including me, I'm with you totally, but some of us are arguing the field should be leveled. Why hasn't it been leveled over the decades, over the centuries? You see? So women are playing catch up, and therefore you cannot have a level playing field that never had before. Thank you. Mr. Chamru, over to the issue around no more questions and challenges. What are the solutions?
Yeah.
Just before Mr. Chamaru answers, there's a third question from the screen before we go to the hands that I think should be passed on to Dr. Joshua, and that is the issue of logistics. The requirement to have a continental strategy to connect countries via roads, rail, regional cabotage, etc., to transport and trade. Otherwise, the agreement means nothing. So just for Dr. Joshua also to think about that, and over to you, Dr. Chamaru.
Thank you. Just a reply to Caroline. My wife is the managing director of the firm that she owns, and I'm working for her. And she is one of the African winners with one of African Women Entrepreneurs Award. So women do great job. Now, we know when we have 4 economists, we have 10 definitions. And when we have 5 Africans, we'll have thousands of problems that have been flagged to us. We should not think that Africa is the only continent which has problems. But yes, our problems facing Africa are structural problems, are systemic problems, and institutional problems. There is nothing we can do in the short terms for the structural problems, the roads, the landlocked countries, the rural areas. But yes, we can do something about the systemic problems which very often are man-made. We can do something about the institutional misalignment, which again is man-made. So when we talk of solutions here, we're talking only quickly for quick fix. As our World Bank colleagues will say, low-hanging fruits. How do we address systemic problems and institutional problems which are hindering trade and investment from to happen in Africa. Let me share an example. I was once invited by the government of Zambia to one of the panels. And in the same conference, I had an Indian investor who wanted to invest in Zambia to plant roses. And one of the conditions was he wanted to have 500 Indian workers coming in. And the Ministry of Agriculture had refused that because he says, what do you think? Africans are not laborers? And the same day I was having a meeting with the president, then president of Zambia, and I told him, do your people know how to grow roses? And he says, no. I says, give this party what he's looking for. And you know what? They are exporting plane loads of roses every day to Netherlands. So a little tweak in the institutional and systemic problem, we can easily solve our problems. So again, let's put our head together to sort out first the systemic and institutional problem, and then in the medium and long terms, look at the structural problems that has divided Africa. Thank you.
Thank you for making it short too and very clear.
A good example for Dr. Joshua.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So infrastructure is key. And of course, the African Development Bank actually estimated that the problem or the infrastructure problem is estimated around 108 billion US dollars. And this can affect the smooth drive of the key role in driving growth. And the UN SDGs capture the importance of infrastructure in Goal 9. Now, infrastructure is at the core of inclusive growth for Goal 10, in terms of creating jobs, reducing inequality, and offering opportunities for African citizens. An effective infrastructure system in Africa, it will be difficult to ensure the smooth drive or facilitation of trade or free trade. The model used in the past is not sustainable, where governments or budget or add that to their annual budget and then finance. We know that that will not work. Governments are always running huge budget or fiscal deficits. One solution to the problem of infrastructure has to do with the collaboration between the public and the private sectors. The PPP model is the way to go, and African governments must begin to put in place the necessary framework, both institutional and legal, to encourage private participation in infrastructure space. I believe this is the solution to addressing the infrastructure challenges in Africa. Of course, there are different models as far as the PPP framework is concerned, and countries will have to look at which model will work or works for them. Is it the build operation, the build transfer operate system, and all these will need to be looked at, taking into consideration the institutional and legal framework of each country to encourage infrastructure financing in order to facilitate trade in the region. Thank you.
Mr. Makinwa, we have 3 hands.
Yeah.
In the order of Papa Ndiaye, Tita Pale Ndogni, and James Muro. I don't know if the organizers could unmute them one at a time for 30 to 40 seconds each to crisply put their question, because we have 10 minutes left. But I'm also alerting you that you may have to do the closing remarks on behalf of both of us, Mr. Makinwa.
Thank you for delegating the responsibility.
I see Papa has been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all very much for such insightful perspectives. It's a really great honor to learn from you all. My question kind of had to do with how do we make sure that young African entrepreneurs are able to access the capacity to deliver solutions across borders, because this is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs to start thinking regionally, right? Because a lot of us come from small countries with small markets, but this opens up new markets. However, a lot of the entrepreneurs, they don't have the capacity or the know-how to do business across borders and access other markets. You know, so how can we go about building those capacities, making sure we're putting in place structures they can learn from to say, okay, I'm in Senegal, but I think my solution could also work in Kenya or Ghana or Rwanda. Now, how do we provide them the capacity to be able to do that? And I think one of the entrepreneurs here, you know, kind of had an example of not being able to compete with large companies. So how do we make sure that we're providing those capacities to African entrepreneurs to operate regionally?
Thank you very much. I think you've put your point crisply and understandably. We're going to ask for one of the panelists to respond to you, but let us immediately go to Tita Pale Ndo. Tita, if you could be unmuted.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Tita from the USA. I have listened keenly to all the interventions and I want to thank everybody. My point is very simple. I want to talk solutions because as an African who has lived across the oceans for about a decade, I have often wondered what we can do to help advance trade and investment opportunities in Africa. The first thing I'm looking at is how do we harmonize? We need to work on harmonizing custom and tariff duties across the entire African continent. Because if you move from Nigeria to Cameroon to Ghana and to South Africa and you have to deal with different tariffs and custom conditions, it becomes complicated to do business. Secondly, the issue of corruption. A few of those of us who live out here, who have a little means to start to do startups that can help us and help our brothers back on the continent, we are faced with honest, like bottleneck corruption, and you have to negotiate your way through knowing somebody and paying huge sums of money, and all the efforts get futile. And lastly, the banking system. We have to be sure that if we are investing our little peanuts in the system is sustainable to keep to make it in such a way that whatever little investment we put in can come out. I'm saying this because a few of us got together and tried to do some initiatives back in the CEMAC region, but it didn't really go well because of these three things I'm raising here. So I'm not an expert in custom and finance, but I think that as we're trying to work on the free trade area, we should look at these ideas to put them on paper.
Peter, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I think we hear your three questions. Can we ask James to be unmuted, please?
Hello, James. Please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. My name is James Murray. I'm the president of the Union of African Private Sector Organizations, a body that seeks to put together information that can be shared across the continent. My concern is I have had a lot of good contributions from most of the people, particularly Dr. Mani, the president of the African Business Council. But I am convinced that information is power and information is everything that we need. When North Africa knows what is happening in South Africa and Central Africa and West Africa knows that's the only way we'll be able to share information and be able to share it to turn it into business. So for me, I see we have talked a lot of other good issues and important issues of that, but I think we need to address the issue of information sharing in languages that we can understand. Because if we have in Africa, the Francophones and the Anglophones, and there is a barrier of of communication if we don't share documents and information in the languages that different countries can appreciate and use for their own benefits. I know the AfCFTA is coming at a time when the whole world is faced with the pandemic, coronavirus pandemic. But I also believe that this is the best time for us. The saying that when the going gets tough, the tough get going. I believe this is the best opportunity for the African continent to be able to put their best practices together. Corruption must be eradicated as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. I hear your call to action, and someone will respond to the key question that you've asked. The last question is from Mamadou, and then my co-facilitator will be conducting the final responses from the panelists to this. Mamadou?
Okay, good evening, good afternoon to you all. Yeah, I'm Mahmoud from Ghana. Yeah, as a young entrepreneur, or someone who wants to try to create businesses, I'm faced with 3 key challenges. And those challenges, every summit I meet in Africa, it keeps on popping up, but no solution provided. 1, policy document and agreement. They are too much verbose. Too many, because it's simpler for its citizens. 2 points is a straight line. You're able to move more masses from one point to another point. So I want to know how that problem can be solved. So that when I pick a document, I say that no, this is how I can solve my problem for my community. Then 2, exploitation. Yeah, exploitation is also one of the key things from both governments across the globe. You realize that I have a small business, and the business I had was energy solutions for electrical construction work. Then I worked and struggled for capital over the years. Every month, I'm being charged tax. I'm being charged by the local authority tax without them even knowing the amount of income I'm generating. You see, this one is a disincentive for businesses. And also, if the business is able to survive, it means that you have to exploit the people you are providing services for. That needs to also be looked at critically. Then the last point is lack of teamwork in the continent. We have various different skills. Elsewhere, like US, China, and we can get 2 or more different people with a set of skills coming out to open a venture. But the situation in African and the little experience I've had with my business, which now is in a suspension for now, it has been like, when you put this set of groups of people there, the ability to make their energy together is very difficult. They don't come out with the results and end up collapsing the business. So how do we put all these things together to make effect of the after? Because the other continents are far ahead of us. Else, at least they will be having all the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mamadou. And I hand over to my co-facilitator to conduct the responses from the panel and then to close up. But from my side, thank you very much. Our time is 3 minutes from up, and that's the total time you have, facilitator.
All right. Let's see. I would just like to throw it open. There we have just 1 second. Mr. Kitani, you may want to respond. We also have Prince Kayode. If I may just ask those 2, because we have not heard from you in this segment. Would you like to respond to some of the issues raised? Either or both of you, if you are there. Okay, let me go one by one.
Prince, the issue of corruption.
Is Prince Kayode there? I assume not. Is Mr. Kitoni there? Mr. Kipono Kitoni from Kenya, is he there? I also assume not. Okay, so Ms. Caroline Gatti, you have to say something about what was said. Yeah. You want to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to talk on the issue of corruption. I guess the issue of corruption is a very big issue that we deal with in in Africa. And I was thinking, and I've spoken about it before, we need to enhance the issues of transparency and trust. And we need to look for ways that we can deal with the issues of transparency. I know that we have come up with e-commerce. I know we have come up with different ways, but I think that this is a big deal. And I think we need to, and this is about culture, I also think. We need to also think about how to deal with our business processes and procedures, and how we make our markets open, so that when you trade, you can be able to ensure that the corrupt practices are minimized. And so I think this is about trade procedures, and also one facilitator spoke about that, the issues of our value system. So that's what I'd like to add on that.
Thank you very much. Is there any of the presenters who would like to say something in response to the issues raised?
Can I just add?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
We have a basic problem in Africa. This has been raised by a few people. Academicians, we need information about Africa. Where do you go? You go to the World Bank. You want to do trade. Where do you get the information? You go to the ITC, you go to the Comtrade, you go to WITS. If you want to do business with Africa, there is a time to create an African Economic Intelligence Unit or community. It is time to share information about the opportunities that each country offers in terms of trade, investment, tourism, and everything. And that, unfortunately, we have not been able to build a robust structure for a whole of Africa intelligence. I think one of the takeaway could be initiating, this platform itself could initiate such an action to create an economic intelligence unit that would provide African academicians, African researchers, African businessmen, and African investors about what are the opportunities the continent offers. We cannot be going to America to get the information what Nigeria offers, or we cannot be going to Switzerland to know what Kenya offers in terms of trade. This, unfortunately, or fortunately, is within our own armpit, and we have to put our heads together. We can take a leaf from South Africa, where the Department of Trade and Industry has a massive factory for intelligence construction and building, and that could be made a Pan-African platform for us to make use of. Thank you, and it was a pleasure for me joining you guys on.
Thank you very much. At this stage,
can I add something?
We need to bring
Dave made
this to a closure. Okay, can you do it just very briefly?
Well, very briefly, and I like the point he made about research. And I think it's a very important area that we need to focus our attention on. Apart from South Africa, the private sector in Africa is not investing in research. We go elsewhere, we see the private sector organizations establishing endowed chairs, commissioning research. How many private sector organizations are establishing endowed chairs in international trade and development? And this is an area that we need to focus attention. If we need to really promote trade, we need research, we need knowledge in this area, and we must investigate. If we don't invest, we will not get the findings to be able to support our decision-making processes. And I like this contribution by Deb. I think that the private sector must collaborate effectively with academia. And I like this collaboration between the AAU and African private sector, but we need to take this further in promoting research and making sure that that is informing the decisions that we make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you indeed for that brief summary of rounding up in a way too on the research point. At this stage, unfortunately, I see some hands are up, including an old friend of mine whose name I can recognize here, Eric Chinji. We have to bring this to a conclusion, and as I've been delegated to speak on behalf of the two of us facilitators,
I would like to start by thanking all the panelists for the excellent coverage that they have provided on the AfCFTA issue, the ease of doing business. We have taken advantage of technology to have views from across various industries. We brought leaders of business from various sectors, people who have been in government, out of government, and in a wide range of issues. We have looked at problems, we have looked at solutions. Thank you very much. You made it possible, and we couldn't have had this rich type of discussions and coverage of so many issues across the continent and beyond without your very, very effective participation and discussion. I'd like to thank the participants, who I'm surprised we still have about 168 or 170 people listening after 4.5 hours. It shows you that although COVID was a bad thing, but this inclusive approach that technology allows would not have been possible if we didn't start to think out of the box, which is what happens now, where people could just dial in wherever in their homes, in whichever country, and listen to issues that are being discussed, that they don't have to be physically present to participate. So I thank the participants for your input. There are so many issues that you have raised. The last one that just caught my attention and I couldn't but just read it. It says, thank you for your input. I'm a small woman coffee producer in Ghana and Ethiopia. I'm being crushed by the likes of Illy and Nescafe and charges in exorbitant amount of taxes. So we can't compete. What should I do? Very, very insightful experience, very practical, taking advantage of AfCFTA. How can we respond to these kind of issues? We have heard that many women are in this kind of setting, small businesses, but they can't cope. How do we take advantage of the game changer, AfCFTA, that has given us the opportunity to move beyond where we are? I thank my co-facilitator, Ambassador Rasul. I hope to see you in person sometime, hopefully, wherever, if not in Joburg or Pretoria, maybe somewhere else. On this note, I thank our organizers who have manned or womaned the technological innovations that have allowed these wide-ranging discussions. And I want to remind everybody that today is only the first day of a 5-day series of events, and that tomorrow may even be better than today. So just stay tuned and come up. If you can't participate in everything, choose whatever interests you and be there. Thanks to everybody. On behalf of the two of us, we'll see you again another time.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello viewers, welcome to AAU TV's The Voice of Higher Education in Africa. I'm here at Ibadan to premiere Diaspora Connect, a program that is looking at what the Africans in the diaspora are giving back to the continent. And I'm privileged to have a Ghanaian who has stayed in Australia and is making his way back to Africa. You are following us on our social media platforms, on YouTube, on Facebook, and then on our dedicated website, tv.aau.org. My name is Ransford Bequin. Stay tuned, we are going for a short break.
Dumela ma Africa Amat.
Magadini Mose.
Olá a todos.
Bonjour.
Nagaiswa.
Goeiedag.
Salivonani lonke.
Moribwanji.
Hello.
We are
Africa University.
Africa University has brought the US to me where I couldn't go, and now is taking Africa to the world. And I am Africa.
As a community of diverse cultures and languages, Africa University is passionate about moving the agenda of Pan-Africanism.
AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Our maiden edition of Diaspora Connect is being premiered at Ibadan in Nigeria. The program's title is What the African Diaspora, the academic diaspora, are giving back to Africa. And when we talk about diaspora, we are looking at about three categories. We are looking at those who were born outside Africa, but they have African origins. We are also looking at those who have moved out of Africa, maybe for academic purposes, and for job prospects over there, have been unable to come back and may have acquired citizenship. And we're also looking at those who may have migrated from Africa for other purposes, be it economical, or may have joined their parents as children and have no strong connection to come back to Africa. But then, this program is looking at what ways that the diaspora can use to give back to Africa, having acquired knowledge, having acquired skills that we believe will be able to impact positively on the African continent. And I'm privileged to have with me here for this maiden edition, Dr. Isaiah Awidi. Welcome to Diaspora Connect on AAU TV.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Bequin.
Yes. Thank you, AAU TV.
It's been a long while.
It's been a long while.
Yes.
I hope everything is going well.
By the grace of God, everything is going well.
Let's kickstart our conversation. We are looking at the role of the diaspora, especially the academic diaspora, in giving back to Africa. And I'm privileged to have you as my first guest on the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So precisely, which country do you come from? And I mean in Africa.
I originate from Ghana.
Okay.
Ghana is my motherland.
Okay.
Yes. And that is where I schooled most part of my life.
Okay.
From primary school right to university education. Then I went out to do a second master's at the University of Twente.
Okay, hold on. So you did your master's in Ghana?
I did my first master's in Ghana at the School of Administration. I did an MBA in.
Okay.
Then thereafter I went to the Netherlands on the Netherlands government scholarship to do a program in educational technology.
Okay. And so you stayed on in the Netherlands, or you came back to Ghana?
Right after my program at the Netherlands, I came back to the university where I was working, and then I continued to work there until I got an offer from a university in Australia, Edith Cowan University.
Okay.
Offered me a scholarship, so I went there to study.
Okay. And then what kept you from coming back? Because if it were a scholarship, it meant that you had a term of office, sorry, you had a term of engagement, after which you needed to come back to your home country.
Yes, it's interesting. It was an unfortunate situation. The scholarship I got, my understanding was that it was an opportunity to develop some skills that I will use to enhance the work I'm doing in my former employment. But my employer at the time said that I wasn't hired to do a PhD related work.
Okay, can we be more specific? What were you doing as a job?
Yes, I was a principal researcher at the time.
Researching into what precisely?
Precisely into university. I was in charge of university statistics.
Okay.
And I was also at the PMISD department, Planning and Management Information Systems Directorate, where we manage students' information and also organize training workshop, computer literacy training workshop for academics.
Okay. So then you had a scholarship.
Then I had a scholarship, and and my employer at the time said that they were not going to grant me a study leave to go because the work that I was doing does not require a PhD to do that.
You had a scholarship to go do your PhD in which program?
Also in educational technology. Yeah, at the time, the adult education was beginning a program that required technology integration in distance learning at the university. So it was a great opportunity for me to go and develop my skills further and to use those skills to help in developing or introducing technology integration in teaching and learning, particularly where distance learning was involved. It was a good opportunity to make use of that offer that I got. But unfortunately, my employer said that they were not going to support me. The scholarship covered my accommodation, my allowances and everything. So it wasn't anything that was going to be a burden on the employer at all. So the best I had to do was to take a leave of absence. Yes.
And when was that?
This was sometime in 2006.
2006.
Yes, when I first applied and I got it. And then it lingered on. The offer was reissued to me again in 2008. And they were waiting for a response based on previous work that I did, which they thought was of interest. So in 2009, I decided to take a leave of absence.
Even you went to Queensland?
No. Edith Cowan University is in Perth.
It's in Perth?
Yes,
in Australia.
In Australia, it's in Perth. So I went to Perth and studied there. After I graduated in 2013. Right after graduation, I wanted to come back. But there was the need for me to have done a 6-month internship
over there
with an institution there.
Okay.
So I wrote to my employer to say that I had this internship program to do. So if I could be allowed 6 months to, and they said they could not extend my leave of absence. So I either resigned or my employment is terminated. So under the circumstance, I was forced to turn in my resignation.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yes.
When you left for Australia, did you go with your family?
No, initially I did not go with my family. But when my employer started harassing my family in the accommodation that the university gave, then I decided that no, it was time that thinks me. It was at the point that my family joined me. Yeah.
So at what point did you decide that you were not coming back to Africa?
I've always wanted to come back because I believe I have a lot to offer in Africa and particularly in Ghana than where I am currently. Because there they have all the resources, but they have the resources and they have the skill. We, to some extent, do not have the resources, but have some skill that is virgin and can be and developed and improved on. So and my PhD thesis focused on the context of Africa e-learning implementation strategies. And I looked at some of the challenges and the best practices, how we can integrate technology in our teaching and learning practices within our context, giving us how can we effectively integrate technology in our teaching and learning environment.
So after the thesis, what happened to it? Did you publish it in high impact journals or how was it disseminated?
2 publications and high impact journals, Computers and Education. Yes. The first one was on management perception on e-learning integration. That is management perception in the decision-making process. Or how management influence effective implementation of e-learning in Africa. And the case was particularly in Ghana.
So Ghana was a case study.
Ghana was a case study.
Now you stayed on after your internship and you had your family joining you. What happened?
So
were you making overtures to get back, necessarily come and work at your university, but any other educational institution?
I wanted to come back. I worked most, so I thought I could make impact. I wrote applications for various positions. At a point, I had a Skype interview, which I was told was successful, and then they said I was owing some amount, which
owing who your employers?
I was owing
your
my employer. Yes, because my family stayed in the accommodation. I was being charged in dollars, and the interest was being calculated in dollars. And I said that was not fair because I wasn't working. I wasn't working. I was on stipend. If I were working and you said I should pay in dollars, that was fair. But I wasn't working. I was on stipend. And they said that was university policy, that if you go out, whatever you are owing the university, interest is calculated in dollar equivalents. So until I paid that, they were not going to form recruitment process. That I have paid and I provided evidence, but the interest in dollars, they should allow me to come so that when I get back, I will take time to pay over time. I never heard from them again. So fortunately, I had an offer from another university, University of Western Australia, where I went to work as an associate researcher, research associate, and evaluating student experience of technology innovations in teaching and learning, which fitted right in my area of expertise. It was a wonderful moment. So I developed my career there further. Then I was hired by Australian Council for Educational Research. And then I left there. And then University of Queensland made an offer to me which I couldn't resist as an educational researcher, which I accepted. It was an advert and I applied. And so that's how come I ended up in at the University of Queensland.
We'll come back to your exploits in Australia. Viewers, this is Diaspora Connect on AAU TV. AAU TV is the voice of higher education in Africa. We are talking to Dr. Isaiah Awidi, who is a diasporan currently staying in Australia. We're going for a short break. Don't turn your dial.
Are you a fresh graduate from senior high school or a mature applicant thinking of a university to enroll in Ghana? Is it possible to get a university of high moral and discipline standard? Then look no further than the Presbyterian University College Ghana, where we believe in holistic education. We train the head, heart, and we are a Christian university accredited by the National Accreditation Board Ghana and affiliated to the University of Ghana, Legon, KNUST, and University of Cape Coast. We offer instant employable programs such as physician assistantship, nursing, mathematics, rural and community development, environmental and natural resource management, business administration, social studies, business studies, information and communication technology, business economics, agribusiness, with experienced, innovative and disciplined lecturers to take care of students' needs in a conducive environment. Our campuses are located at Okuru Abetifi, Ekriatem Ekropong, Asante Achin, Tema, and Kumasi. Wondering how to apply to the school? It's simple. You should have an entry requirement of WASI A1 to C6, SSSCE A to D, HND holder, GBC, and ABC holder. Mature applicants should be 25 years and above. Apply by purchasing an e-voucher in banks: Agricultural Development Bank, GCB Bank, EcoBank, HFC Bank, Prudential Bank, Unibank, Universal Merchant Bank, and Fidelity. Buy forms using Visa or MTN mobile money by visiting the school's website at www.presbyuniversity.edu.gh. Application forms may also be obtained at all college campuses, the Presbyterian Church of Ghana head office, Osukoku Hill, and all PCG offices throughout the country. Now you can walk confidently in the job market.
Welcome back, viewers, to Diaspora Connect on AAU TV. I'm currently in Ibadan and I'm privileged to be talking to Dr. Isaiah Awidi up to where he got admitted into an institution to work in Australia. So, Doc, when you were refused to come back to your maiden institution here back in Ghana, What were those visa challenges that you had? Did you have to renew your visa because you didn't go with a resident or with a permanent residency visa?
Yeah.
So what were the challenges?
Yeah, it was tough. My visa was expiring, and I wanted to come home, and I didn't know what I was coming to do, because it's been a while that since I left Ghana, so I decided to look at other opportunities. So I worked for a company. I developed an accounting system for a company in Australia. So they hired me for a short period.
Okay.
And during the period, whilst working for them, they were interested in what I was doing, and they wanted me to continue with them. So they asked what I wanted, and I said that I want to extend my visa, so if I could be supported. So the manager was willing, and
he extended your stay.
Yeah, he supported my application to extend my stay.
Okay.
So thereafter, I applied for permanent residence.
Okay.
It took a while though, but eventually I got it. And then after 2 years of getting it, I applied for citizenship.
Okay. Yeah. What are some of the major challenges of Africans out there? UK, parts of Europe, the US, Australia, China, who want to come to Africa but are experiencing roadblocks?
Thank you. Perhaps let's begin with my experience, and then I can mention some few colleagues' experiences. In my case, I wanted to come back, but former employer was not willing to take me.
Okay.
And it was a bit of a frustration for me. It means I was coming to start life all over again. To do anyway, but the uncertainties were so enormous.
What were the uncertainties? Salary-wise?
Not really salary-wise. For me, age was catching up, and I had not contributed to Senate since I left.
It's not contributed to...
You know, there should have been an arrangement where I will still be contributing to SNIT.
That is your social security?
My social security.
Yes.
An arrangement, I was... I never had the proper advice to do it. Okay, so I never did it since I left.
Okay.
And the number of years of contribution which was required was a challenge.
Yeah, so I think that was 20 years.
Yes.
You need to contribute for 20 years.
Yes.
Before you can reap, from the scheme.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And you had not contributed for a while.
Yes.
So if you came back, it meant that you still would not have, contributed for the 20 years before you come on retirement.
I would have, if I'd had the proper information. Okay. I would have, but I spoke to some few colleagues and friends back home, and they all explained some of the frustrations they are going through.
Okay.
So considering all those frustrations, I thought, okay, let me develop some skills before coming.
Okay.
Honestly, if my former employer was willing to take me at the time, because I went through an interview process and they told me that I was successful. So I felt that, look, if that was available, I was going to come. Because I didn't want to come in a situation where there was no job. I was coming to start all over again. You know, in terms of where you are going to live, okay, relocating of the family. They were all serious issues that I had to consider.
All right, so now in Australia, do you have any association of Africans in the diaspora?
Oh yes, we do. We have recently we started an association, formed an association of African Ghanaian graduates in Australia.
Okay.
Where all graduates who are residents in Australia, we come together to reflect on some issue country and find ways by which we could support. And one of the things that we are considering seriously now has to do with basic education. Okay. We see on YouTube and the horrible state of some primary schools, no furniture, some are on sheds, and those things are very disheartening. In this present age and time, there should not be a situation where basic education will suffer that much, where you don't have qualified teachers in the classrooms. In terms of poor infrastructure, and the resources are also not there. Materials are all not there. So it's a bit disheartening. So one of the guys who identified a village in Ghana, we've decided to adopt that village for some reasons. I might not be able to mention the region or the district for now, because it is now that preparatory work is seriously, once that is done, and there are people who are responsible for that, who have been charged to the entire process. So we are trying to adopt some primary schools and support them.
Okay, yeah. But at the policy level, are you aware that Ghana has a diasporan office at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? And how, if you know, how effective are you people linking up?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not aware. Strangely, if colleagues who had graduated outside and are there, it appears our embassies do not really care about us.
Is it not the other way around, that you as people in the diaspora, you need to go and identify, individually, your country embassies, so that you can then relate effectively, instead of you trying or wishing that they will actually reach out to you, because maybe you use different avenues to enter into particular countries?
Yeah, thank you. This issue had come up several times. I remember one time one of the Ghanaian reps came to Perth and spoke to us, and we had to make applications, which we did submit. My family and I also submitted, and we put